Pronto? Si sente? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Is the sound level okay?
Ernesto. Come democratico Ernesto. Me l'ha detto Ernesto, quindi sì, sono democratico. Penso che si possa iniziare. I think we can start. Hello, everyone. I hope you had a great time yesterday at the pie drink, at your dinner around Bologna. Welcome to this session. Welcome to the second day of the conference. It's a pleasure to me to introduce Alex. Alex has his alma mater here in Bologna, electrical engineer. He started here, then he did a lot of things that he's going to talk about. He went to Google, IBM, Texas Instruments, designed C, and I guess progressive programming languages, wrote books. He's a member of the Python Software Foundation and author of books like Python in a Nutshell and Python Cookbook. So there is no need for more introduction, I think. He also has an amazing Stack Overflow profile, I would say. So thank you, Alex, and enjoy. Sorry, I forgot something. Please ask the questions on Slido, okay? Go on python.it/Slido and post your questions there. They will be moderated, and after I will ask. This is a 60 minutes session. There will be 10, 15 minutes for Q&A. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
So, First of all, I've tried to compress 50 plus here in 50 minus slides, so I will be skipping some. The URL there is a handout PDF, so you can have all the materials, including the ones I skipped. And essentially, first of all, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to tell you, then I'm telling you, and then I tell you what I told you. I find out that it's good to repeat things. But to just summarize, the overall theme is change happens. That's the main lesson, though it took me a lifetime to learn that. The minor theme is me, what happened to me, and so on. There's a little technology, but I've downplayed it because technology changes even too fast. Whatever I learned 10 years ago, technologically speaking, is probably no use to you today. On the other hand, talking about humans, those don't change so fast. We're at a release 1.0 beta, and I haven't seen any upgrades around. And the main connection between the two is how to manage knowledge workers. That is, workers like all of us, I think. It's a pity it took me so long to learn that this crucial lesson, that is, everything is change, change is crucial. This is a superb book on corporate strategy rather than lower level management, written by Shona Brown, who was vice president at Google, and before that I think she was at McKinsey, and you can read her quotes. The key strategic challenge in any business is managing change, and that is not so trivial as it appears. First of all, given a certain area, you may identify potential improvements, that is changes, and how do you apply them? From a system viewpoint, you have to do a big bang thing because changing one thing changes everything else. But in practice, if you do that, you never know what is helping and what is hurting you. So incremental change is really to be recommended despite its strategic issues. Incremental and iterative. You have an idea that needs you to change three things, try to think, can I do one change at a time? Remember, given that change will haunt you forever, you can just react to it, you can anticipate it, predict it, and try to be ahead, or you can create it. You can be the change you want to see. The best way to predict the future is to create it. As all great quotes, this is hard to attribute. Maybe it was Lincoln, maybe it was Alan Kay, some say Peter Drucker. I'll leave you to read all that they all have written and decide who deserves the credit. Note that I haven't even started listing all the bad ways you can use to deal with change. The main one is resist it, undermine it, deny it, and so on. Each of those is a guaranteed failure. Not today, but tomorrow it will break everything you're working for. Another way to put it is Alan Watts, that I don't have a quote here, but the only way to make sense out of change is to plunge into it, move with it, join the dance. And as Alan Watts reminds us, ourselves, as a great author, I am always sincere but never serious. So, the minor issue, me. The timeline, this summarizes the last 70 years. I was born here, I graduated here, I spent a little time with Texas Instruments, then joined IBM Research. All of this started in hardware and then slid into software and management almost inevitably. I had the good luck to stumble into Python, and the publishing of my bestseller books on the subject had a lot of people asking me for consultancy and so on, so I ended up leaving my job as an employee and being a consultant. Then in 2004, I was informed that the biggest buyer of my books was this tiny unknown firm in California known as Google, and I offered my services. That the main value of writing a book is to make yourself known so you can sell your services. And in the end, they told me, we don't really like getting external consultants for technologies which are crucial to the firm, but we have a good job offer for you. And so I moved eventually from Bologna to California, and there I stayed, and there I retired. Back to my timeline. What did I learn early on? Summary. How I started learning English, how I chose whether to get a degree in medicine or engineering, the problems with trying to join a company that's very fast to hire, trying to do hardware and then finding out that software ate the world, and my resistance to Python. What do you mean another programming language? I know 2 dozens. Why do I need another one? And then I found out. So first of all, I've often been asked in the past, what's the most useful language for a programmer? And people expect me to say and explain Python or C or Julia or, there are so many. My answer is English. If English is not your native language, learn it. It's going to do more for your career than any potentially programming language, no matter how good, as proved by the fact that despite being a Bolognese speaking in Bologna, I've been asked to make this whole presentation in English. If you do read Italian, this is a URL to an early work of mine that was never published outside the web. It's actually a tutorial on programming to the API of Win32 in the C language, but I think that even if you care zero for the subject, it's got several interesting programming lessons that do extend as to how to develop and deploy. Okay, so in 1964, I needed to choose a college major. As those of you who aren't Italian may not know that in Italy, at least at the time, but I think it's still true, you have to pick your major from day one. And I got to Via Zanolini, where the temporary office of the University for Connections was cited, and still didn't know whether I was going to do medicine or engineering. In the place, I met an old friend, son of another old friend of the family. Both my dad and his dad were doctors. And so I said, oh, so we won't be bored in the queue, because the queue for medicine was miles long. I spotted around, the queue for engineering was 3 people. It may seem a little short-sighted, like, you're going to save 20 minutes now and change the rest of your life. Well, I did later on find a deep reason. Well, if there's so many doctors and so few engineers, I'll have better career opportunities as an engineer, be more in demand. There's short supply. The summary of the lesson learned here is, again, something I had to learn, but I think it's best attributed to a baseball player, Lefty Gomez, in 1930. I'd rather be lucky than good. Mind you, this theme is one which has been covered with similar quotes from Seneca to Thomas Jefferson to Hemingway. My favorite is Hemingway, particularly because the quote is from his absolute masterpiece, The Old Man and the Sea. It is better to be lucky, but I would rather be exact. So when luck comes, I'm ready. That's one way to put it. Jefferson's also was pretty. I am firm believer in luck, and I found out that the harder I work, the luckier I am. In this particular case, they didn't actually work hard at all, so that's even better, but keep it in mind. Now, finally graduated, I'm looking for a job. Specifically, I'm looking for a job designing integrated circuits. That was my dream. And after preliminary rounds, two firms really stood out. Texas Instruments at the time was one of the major IC makers. They're still doing very well in its field. And IBM. Few people think of thought of IBM as a maker of chips, but IBM research was at the burning edge of chip making. There had been a Nobel Prize awarded for spelling out the IBM writing with single atoms, positioned by a clever hack on an electron microscope. That was very, very fun. So IBM was taking months and repeated unending rounds of interview to try and select me. Then I went to interview with Texas Instruments, and they took 2 days. I was scheduled for 1 day. They asked me to stay another, help change my tickets back. And at the end of the 2 days, I had a written offer. And I was very impressed. If one company is taking 9 months of selections to decide whether they want me and the other one does it in today, which is the better one? Well, that's a lesson I learned, not necessarily the fast one. Not getting into details here, but I remember my first all-hands meeting where the VP of engineering VP of personnel, human resources, proudly proclaim, and so this year we've cut turnaround and engineers to 30%. Like every one typically lasts here 3 years. What a career is that? Apparently that was considered a big achievement. IBM at the time aimed for lifetime employment. That's why they were so careful, so slow. And so after trying out at Texas Instrument, they kept starting projects and canceling them, and all my projects were canceled. And after a few months, I was getting a little frustrated and having beers with colleagues, and one who had been there 5 years says, don't worry, I've been here 5 years. Not one of my designs has actually seen silicon, and yet I've been promoted, I've got raises, and they were trying to reassure me, say, oh, okay, so that's a good career here, designing 100 circuits and never seeing one actually physically done. Not really what I want to do with my life, so I restarted the IBM chat and ended up joining IBM. Make haste slowly, festina lente, is the lesson from that. Sometimes you think you can cut corners and be fast, maybe, but beware of the consequences. Now, what I wanted to do was hardware. That's what was really my passion. And pretty soon realized that hardware of any complication is really no use unless there's some software in it. If it's a very simple piece of hardware, my favorite example is a hammer. You don't really need any software. You just bang on whatever, hopefully the appropriate spot. But just about anything else, you'd better have some software in it. At the time, Mark Andreessen wrote the well-known quote, software is eating the world. That was back then. Nowadays, I would say ate the world and is probably digesting it. So, do you really need a different focus? Well, technically, yes, of course, but from a people point of view, which is what I'm going to drive this presentation towards, is not that different. Then, again, my anecdotes. I was working at a local firm in Casalecchio, Bologna, called CAD Lab, later renamed to Think3 and later still went broke. but I was doing lots of Fortran, maintaining all the computer-aided design, low-level, system level, and since it was system level, I introduced the C language with elaborate macro systems so that a piece of C with macros could interface to the different kind of approaches various compilers and machines offered. And trying to move to C++, not really strongly object-oriented. People weren't really ready for that in the firm, but still much handier than C in many ways. And a friend and colleague said, oh, you know, you should really learn this new language, Python. I said, why do I need another language? Come on. Any of the 20 I had must be pretty good. So I resisted, but eventually, trusting the judgment of this colleague, got into it and changed my life forever. First of all, I had this personally written free time program about the game of Contract Bridge, my passion, computing, simulating play to evaluate various aspects, and it was very useful. Good bridge players, champions, kept asking me to simulate this, simulate that, but every time I changed a comma here, everything broke over there because it was a hodgepodge of Perl, Visual Basic, machine language, Modula 3, just interesting things. So I needed to rewrite it from scratch and decided to use Python. Actually, what decided me was one weekend. Family was away. I had the free weekend, so started late on Friday to say, let's see if I can use this new language to program in a technology that was totally new to me, web application. The web was very young then. And I probably won't finish it in a weekend, but, well, I was finished by Saturday. Every time I had to guess what will this do, I tried guessing, it always worked. Python was the perfect map for the way my brain worked. So, to try and give back something, I joined the Usenet group. That was before the web was widespread, so discussions happened in these structured mailing lists known as Usenet groups, and apparently did pretty well in answering technical questions, so that the already famous Pythonista Steve Holden, sitting right there, hi Steve, nicknamed me the Martelli bot. The bots were a long tradition, well, relatively long. Python was a pretty young language in the 90s, but the Tim Peters, the greatest of all contributors to Python ever, was known as the Timbot. And then there was late Frederick Lund, the F-bot, and so I was the third bot. And so, given the fame acquired through posting... What? Oh, wow. Okay. I got the opportunity to write books. I actually offered to write the nutshell book about Python to O'Reilly, the publisher. They didn't have one. And they said, yeah, Bell, we actually smack in the middle of working on a Python cookbook and we've lost an author. Could you do that instead? And working with David Asher, I did. And it was a very, very interesting job, very different from anything else I've done in my life, writing a technical book for a large audience. And then I got to write the nutshell, and that made a bazillion opportunities for me. That's the real return of writing a book. It pays less than minimum wage if you count the number of hours you spend on it and the amount of euros or dollars, or at the time liras, that you get in return. On the other hand, it makes your name well known, especially if you're going for consulting, being able to say, hey, I am the author of this bestseller, gives you, like, you can sell your services in 2 days instead of 2 weeks of communication. And so the years passed, as I was originally a freelance, and then I got this got into Google. And incidentally, through Python, I also met my future wife, Anna Ravenscroft, and that's why our license plate in California, you get to get a personalized license plate if with a little extra license cost yearly. We chose P Heart THON, the heart looking a little like a Y, as well as standing for love. When then I joined Google, and I was offered the opportunity to join the brand new European labs they were starting to open, but I had done the joining the remote lab or getting helping start a remote lab back in IBM, and I knew that it works much better if you're at the mothership rather than the detached parts. And so, moving to California, it was. At which point, I really had, I had in my previous career, to choose a role. Would I be an individual contributor or a manager or something in between? A typical term is a tech lead, which is not quite a manager, but kind of, sort of, if you squint just right. Because the problem is, manager is a very broad word. What's a manager? And pre-alert, most of the rest is about managing, because those are lessons about human being that I learned and are still pretty good after all these decades. So first, what do you manage? One project? Bunch of projects? Are they related? How? Do you manage an entire sector or division? Maybe software oriented, it doesn't really matter in the end, but that wasn't absolutely obvious to me at the time. How do you interact with the outside? Do you talk to customers all the time? Do you have product managers? Yet another overloaded meaning of the word manager. Product manager doesn't necessarily manage anybody, but that plays the intermediate role towards customers and so on. What do the other divisions of the firm do? What do you do for them and so on? Or do you manage a whole firm, maybe software-centered, maybe not? What's the business model? Or do you manage people? In the end, that is, of course, the solution. What is in common across this huge variety of role is that you coordinate and orchestrate the work of people. Now, a traditional image of management is something like that, which is the equivalent of a taxonomy. You know, everything is in one box. There are maybe not stated, but very real vertical barriers between what does marketing do, what does sales, what about production, support, and so on. This is the traditional scheme. Most firms can still be mapped this way, and it's really terrible, because how does the support do their job unless they know the customers the way sales presumably know them, and the product the way presumably production knows them. So the traditional management, the very top-down, highly structured, okay, there's one favorable aspect. Authority and responsibility match. In theory, you're accountable for what you're handling, so your incentives are right. However, there's a negative, which is much worse. I believe the one who put it better is an author called Robert Anton Wilson. He's written many, many books, and about the Bavarian Illuminati secret society. They're fiction, but they map very well to the real world. flow communication in that traditional top-down structure is really bad, because the people who understand problems and opportunities and talk to customers and prospects and so on are at the low levels of the structure, and the people who make the decision are levels up. So the information needs to flow up, which is always a very slow process. Then the decision made needs to flow down again. The problems in the middle, there are what are correctly called middle managers. The work of a middle manager consists in carefully listening to the presentations of his reports, and they say no. That's it's a little summary, but that's how it works, and so that slows things down further. And this is especially true when the people actually doing the work are knowledge workers. That is, I'm sure it applies even if the main problem is putting bricks one on top of the other to make a wall, but I don't really have much experience in that. I'm experienced with people highly professional in their field, with needing very high flexibility and autonomy and accountability to actually do their best. And they don't really intrinsically respect somebody just because they have a vice president title or whatever. They want to work with professional peers. So if the only way to really get the reports to aligned with you is peer recognition, you'd better be a peer, or better. How do you gain the knowledge workers' trust and respect? Let's leave that for a second while we get into things that are common throughout time and space. When you manage a project, you're always managing risks and need to choose, at least in software, development tactics. I'm sure if this was about litigation lawyers, there would be completely different choices of litigation strategy and so on for the various knowledge field. Why do you have to manage risks? Because if you don't attack risks, they attack you. They destroy all your great work. The main risk can always be summarized in, am I building the right thing? Because if I'm building something that doesn't really match the need of customers, it doesn't matter if I build it perfectly, it still doesn't match. So I'm building the wrong thing. The secondary risk is I am aiming right, but I am using the wrong approach. I'm building the thing wrong. I like the symmetry, anti-symmetry of this thing. Most crucial bit, transparency. If you don't know about something, you can't manage it. So if there's any incentive for people to hide problems, you are really, really badly placed. And in addition to the risks that emerge in the work, you need to be able to anticipate some. If you are really good at anticipating risk and taking precautions before they emerge, there's a little problem. Will this advance your career? I mean, have you gained the hero title for fixing a horrible problem? No, you've done much better. You made so the problem didn't arise in the first place. So will the decision makers who could promote you or something realize that? I have my doubts. Point is, do you care? Do you care about your own personal career, or do you care about helping the customers or users of? The main lessons here is not something I had to articulate because it's perfectly explained online, and so I'm quoting. It's on a Google site called SRE. SRE stands for System Reliability Engineer, and it's really the job I would have liked to do at Google, but I wasn't good enough to do that. I had to do software which the SRE specified and would help them. So back to how do you manage risks? If you are in total chaos, a little structure helps. A great example is a study by Accenture and Stanford University. They picked at random a number of textile manufacturers in India, and to half of them, they offered a free management consulting, and to the other, they didn't. And then they measured, and the productivity of the ones who had management consulting was 2 or 3 times better than the ones who had just kept doing things. But that was starting from real cows, as in, do we have a ton of cotton wool to make? Oh, I don't know. I think we do. It's not in the ledger, but it's probably somebody forgot to enter it. Let's go look in the warehouse, that level of organization or lack thereof. So it's certainly true that rather than total chaos, a little structure is better. It doesn't necessarily follow that the more, the better forever. There can very easily be too much. There's a sweet spot that you hit. It depends on factors. So how predictable is it? What are you doing? A payroll system, well, presumably that's the millionth one written in this earth. The situation is very well known. You should be able to predict the risks and issues in advance. Or is it innovative? Then the better, the more innovative it is, the more surprises you're going to get, for good or, unfortunately, for ill. Are the requirements, the specifications, rigid? If you are guaranteed they are, they're lying to you. Everything is always changing, remember? And my favorite analogy here is modern fighter aircraft are deliberately designed to be aerodynamically unstable. Now that seems like way, because that's the only way to be as maneuverable as a Mach 3 jet needs to be if it ever comes to an actual armed confrontation. So to be that maneuverable, they're unstable, so they need a lot of monitoring, continuous adjustment, high pilot training, which means lots of software. And so that, are you designing a bicycle or a fighter plane? You'd better kind of have a sense of that. As for development tactics, I summarize the traditional waterfall in aim, 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 fire. The typical, more typical chaos is fire, fire, fire. Oops, sorry. The agile, I know the word has become a buzzword and as such is very negative, but it's kind of trying to mix the two, do a little, adjust, do a little, see what happens, adjust, and so on. The Agile Manifesto came out in 2001 and is very craftily wording. There is value in the first half of these, but the second, in the second half of this, but the first half is more important. Individuals and interactions over process and tools, well, you can read it. It's unfortunate that it's become a buzzword. So nowadays, if a consultant tells you, oh, you should use an agile, look around, is your wallet still in your pocket? Because one technique is pair programming, and it's extremely controversial because managers who don't get it want to know, okay, but who did this piece of software? Me and Joe. Yeah, but who's responsible for it? We are. It's just not what they want to hear. They want to have individual, but it doesn't work that way. It's a teamwork, and 2 people is a small team, but it's already a team. It's got so many advantages. My favorite is the bus number. If X people got hit by a bus, what would happen to the project? There's a lot of projects with a bus number of 1. If a certain individual should, let's forget about runaway buses, and although in Bologna it's kind of hard to forget right now, but just a flu, they're out of work for 2 weeks. Oops, does that freeze the project? That's a very, very bad thing. Also, it helps if the team harmonizes to a single style and collective ownership of the artifacts. It's amazingly good to help grow junior worker. Working side by side with the more experienced ones is much more useful than any lecturing after the fact. Also, it's a fact that two more eyes always improve thing. This has been extrapolated by Eric Raymond in what he calls the Linus law. Given enough eyeballs, all bugs are shallow. As in, if there's one of us looking, especially if we're the one who have written the software, it's really easy to miss a bug. If there's two of us, it's less easy. If you can get wisdom of the crowds at play, you're really much better placed. Another idea originally from Agile, well, one of the core of Agile, is test-driven development. I believe it was introduced, not with this name, in 1971 by one of the great authors of the psychology and sociology of programming, Weinberg, prepared the tests in advance of testing, ideally in advance of coding. That's the sheer, remember he was talking about PL1, I think. It doesn't matter. The technical aspects, whether it's PL1, Fortran, COBOL, or Python 4.9, is minor compared to the core idea. If you write the test after you've written the code, especially if the same person, you're familiar with what the code does, and subconsciously you will write tests that check the code does exactly what it does, which isn't particularly useful. Okay, now back to management, managing people. There are things anybody can learn as from experience. Tacitus, the Latin author, put it very concisely, experientia docet stultus. Experience is fool's teacher. Actually, that's very optimistic because it assumes that even a fool can learn from their own experiences, and we know that's not the case. There are people who claim 20 years experience and have 1 year experience repeated 20 times with the same mistakes and outcomes. But I think the very smart people can in fact learn from others' experiences. And some things either you have or you don't. Do you care about the people? Do you care about the team's results? Can you deal with interrupts? You cannot avoid them. They care about people has been summarized by Maslow in his famous pyramid, you know, with the most low-level things at the bottom and higher up. They don't necessarily come in this ratio. Point is, given managing change is the core of it all, help others deal with change. Have their backs and yet push them to more. Trust them, but verify what they've done. The best example, but unfortunately I'm running very short on time, is Jack Welch, later the CEO of General Electric. Early in his career made a mistake that cost millions of dollars, and the next day he had his resignation letter ready for his manager, and the manager said, "You crazy, I just spent $5 million educating you. Why would I let you go like that?" Absolutely crucial, don't let people work too hard. One thing I did early on as a manager at Google is after coming home to dinner, I would get back to work just to eyeball around. If anybody was still working, I would shoo them. If they were playing football or something, that's fine. That's not the problem. Being at the office per se is nothing, but are they actually working, burning the midnight oil in the common sense? The best people tend, unfortunately, to be perfectionists. They shouldn't be. They should learn that good enough is good enough. I can't summarize, but this is the URL to all the one I like best of all of my talks. Good enough is good enough, because we tend to be perfectionists and we need to fight that hard. Okay. Now, given I have only 10 minutes left, I'm skipping the trust thing. Okay, this is another Weinberg masterpiece, becoming a technical leader. It doesn't only apply to technical. Again, all leading is leading. Change is crucial. Always be sincere whether you mean it or not is a great quote, but is actually a paraphrase from Truman, the American president, whose original was, always be sincere even if you don't mean it. That's kind of, it's satirical, but it does mean to get across. Okay, then there's time management. I'm not getting into that. And this is the issue of overwork. People think, well, if I can do so much in 2 hours, if I work 4 hours, I can do twice as much, maybe at those levels. But if you're working 60 hours, you're probably doing less than if you were only working 40. That's how it works. I'm talking on a continuing basis, not at 2 days emergencies. Those happen. But at one point, your productivity becomes negative because you're tired. You make so many mistakes, somebody will need to fix them. So you are destroying value instead of creating them. Back to team management. Team size. I've heard of teams of 20 or 30 people. That is a joke. If you are not on a very strong familiar basis with your reports, you're not really managing them. A team is too small, it has no space for specialists. That can be a problem in many fields. The sweet spot is half a dozen to a dozen people, which does allow 1 or 2 specialists as well as the rest of generalists. When it's so big, it gets hard to coordinate. Some people say, oh, but the team size can vary over time depending on the phase. This, as you can imagine, is a figure I stole from somewhere. The problem is if the team is changing all the time because this expert is being shifted from team to team, from project to project, it will never coalesce as a team. That's the big downside of this. Cohesion, focus, comradeship. How many people can you manage? It's not a problem just of the team size. It depends how much oversight they need, what other duties you have. I think 6 is a breeze. 12 is still okay, and 24 is stretching it really, really bad. Indirect reports count too. If you're managing managers, count about half. Or there's one exception I know from person, the best manager I've ever had, Bill Coran, was senior vice president at Google. He had more than 100 reports. He kept getting threatened by HR to split out. His reports were Ken Thompson, Rob Pike, me, these people who are like kind of don't need that much supervision, and yet do need, technically speaking, a manager for organizational reason. Some of the people will be hyper productive. The software is incredible, but I think knowledge work in general, the best can be 4 to 10 times as productive as a normal average. Some sources say up to 30. It depends a little on exactly the detail. How do you fit them into the team? Can they help others grow? Pair programming helps a lot. Or is the team just slowing them down? You really need to understand this in deep detail. And beware bean counters. They always try to, oh, this guy is making twice as much as a new hire. If we fire them, we'll save a lot of money. If this person makes twice as much as a new hire, they'll probably produce 10 times as much. And it's a disaster for the firm to let them go. There are, I don't really have many examples outside of software development, but I'm thinking Warren Buffett or David Lynch compared to other investors. How many hundreds of billions of dollars could he make more than a mediocre one? Finally, hands-on. It's one way to manage. It's the way I have found really works for me. And deploy yourself where it really matters. I'm sending you to, guess who? Weinberg again. And he says, when time and labor are running short, stop working on big things and put your hand on. And my only objection to this is, why wait until the running short time? Why not continuously devote a fraction of your time to hands-on? And Michael Lopp writes as Rams in Repose, that's the URL, apologizes for having early on recommended to have the team solve problems without being interrupted. And he gives an apology to all those he had advised this way. Wrong. Start programming again. If you've stopped programming, start again. You will see the timing by saying use Python or Ruby. Nowadays, Python flourishes and Ruby kind of stagnates, so nobody would really. And similarly, if you manage salespeople, do occasional selling. If you manage lawyers, be in court sometime. In some, change happens. And if you're detached, you don't feel it. Expect everything to change. Your career is not set in stone. If your project isn't changing, it means it's dead. We are still 1.0 beta, but we can marginally improve. Get the good enough is good enough and the difference between perfect and perfect. Okay, that's again the URL for the handouts, and we're ready for Q&A.
Thank you, Alex, a lot. Very, very interesting, very inspiring. Okay, so we have a little bit of questions. We can go a little bit longer since there is a coffee break later.
And I'm around, and I even have a
yes, of course,
like to socialize.
The halls. Okay, so you talk about rigid hierarchies. Do you have any advice on how to break the walls between the people at the top and the bottom?
Yes, it comes actually from the area of supermarkets, of the convenience department stores. One of the reasons Walmart's destroyed their competition and absolutely dominate low-end retailing in the US, and they're the largest single private employer in the world, is they used to have, I don't know if it's still true, a policy that every manager, at least, I don't know, a couple days a month, dons typical clothing and goes to serve customers in a shop, as opposed to sitting in their ivory tower and directing the people who in touch with customers. They need to be in touch with customers. That applies if your job is selling groceries. But there are analogies. As I said, the higher on you are, okay, your time is very precious. You were saying, I can't waste 2 days selling bananas when I'm supervising $1 billion empire. It's not a waste. It's a great investment of time. Learn in person what are your people living every day. That is a very hard lesson for most managerial type, the harder, but it's, I think, the best strategy.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Have you ever struggled with the imposter syndrome?
Have I ever? Oh, yeah. I don't know anybody who hasn't. The impression is, oh my God, everybody working here is so bright. I'm the least. I'm not pulling my weight. It's something we've all felt. I have had the fortune of working with many geniuses in my time at IBM Research and at Google in particular, and I can tell you that what musician, a famous jazz musician, had this recommendation to a young aspiring musician: always be the worst player in any band you're in. That doesn't seem intuitive, but it means look up. You may be the worst now, but you're going to learn. And this is how I got over imposter syndrome. I'm not as good as this guy, I'm not as brilliant as that guy, but I can learn from them. And if I am able to learn, and I'm not just kidding myself about that, that's how you surpass the imposter syndrome. One thing I've tried as a manager is to fight imposter syndrome in my reports by praise, effusive praise. It doesn't really work much because, of course, the guy who's convinced they're out of their depth think, yeah, he's saying that just to humor me. I'm still not pulling my weight. Just think of the assignment of job, like make this new guy work with newcomers, for example, so he can perceive that he's got more experience, more knowledge applicable to the field, and so on. Don't bother spending torrents of words saying, "Oh, you're great, you're wonderful," and so on. It slides off like water off a duck. That's my experience.
Okay, thank you. Next one. What was the most satisfying period in your career? Was the most difficult one? The most satisfying period in your career?
Okay, it was when Yahoo had just decided they couldn't afford to keep developing technology for search and ads, and they would delegate everything to Microsoft. Yahoo Japan, which was minority owned by Yahoo, was mostly SoftBank, tried it and said, nope, the guys don't have enough Japanese. We need the only technology that can replace our own is that of Google Japan. So we'd like to buy technological service from Google Japan. Problem, you will get lawsuit, antitrust lawsuit, of course. Microsoft would be silly not to try. So you need to think what is needed to convince a judge, or rather the technical experts this judge will consult, that it's strictly technical collaboration. There are absolute firewalls in the commercial side, so you cannot change your pricing because you know the pricing of the other, and so on. For that, essentially, what you need is absolute auditability. Nowadays, I probably think this would be one of the few good uses for the technology that's mostly behind Bitcoin. What's the name? Right. But back at the time, although it existed, nobody knew, in particular I didn't know about it, so I had to hack together a system to make our exchanges with our Yahoo Japan counterparts absolutely solid, absolutely auditable, could not be altered. So on any challenge we could prove there had been no exchange of commercial information that would breach antitrust. We won the cause. We won the lawsuit. I wasn't even deposed. The code spoke for itself to a technical expert. That was kind of satisfactory because it did help me a little above to get above my syndrome, although of course, it was a huge effort, hundreds of people, but I was specifically in charge of the auditability part, and without it, we'd have been shot down by the courts. So I think I helped Google for not a huge amount by Google terms, but about $10 billion revenue that they wouldn't have gotten otherwise. And every little bit helps. That revenue, not profits, mind you, you need to subtract all the cost.
Okay. What do you think about peer programming with
Oh, sorry,
AI?
that was the most satisfactory.
Yes, there
I
is
need
also
I need to get
hardest.
the least satisfactory. So towards the end of my career in IBM, I had moved from research to supercomputing, and in particular to Bologna for a while. The IBM branch was in Borgo Panigale, where Ducati is, and the director in Milan, having to tackle me into a sales office, because that's what we had in Bologna, was terrified that my manager would abuse my status by deploying me on mundane problems. So he terrified my direct manager that he would be keeping an eye on it. So problem is, many days I had absolutely nothing to do. I wasn't allowed to go to the customers and empty them out with everyday problems. God, how boring. That's when confirmed that facing difficulties is wonderful if you can overcome them, not so good if you can't, but it's always better to be struggling than relaxing and say, okay, what am I need to be here 2 more hours and I don't have anything to do. That when Usenet was not allowed, but there was an internal IBM set of newsletters, so I became one of the acknowledged gurus of the Turbo Pascal programming language. Just because I had nothing else to do, I answered technical questions. It's what I do pretty well, as you mentioned, Stack Overflow. And the Martelli bot thing on Usenet was also about me being reasonably good at answering technical questions. But it was still boring to death. That was all I was doing all day. Yeah, I don't mention boredom here, but if you're managing anybody and any of your reports is bored, that's your fault. Find a better framing for the work.
Okay, makes sense. We still have 5 minutes. Gianluca asks, what do you think about peer programming with AI? Still relevant as pairing with humans?
There's a presentation which I believe has been made public by my friend Peter Norvig, the director of research and AI guru, showing exactly that. Of course, it's from 2 or 3 years ago, so everything has changed on a technical level, but he showed how, based on the specification, the AI managed to make a working program, but it was something, I don't know, a raw beginner in Python that I put together. The need is if inputs arrive and then they need to be put out most recent first. What the thing did was it kept a list. Whenever a new thing arrived, it shifted all the list up 1 to insert the new item at 0. And when an item was required, it pulled it out and shifted the whole list. Result, n-squared behavior, obviously, because it takes order of n time to move n bytes of data. Any decent programmer would understand that working at the end is much more effective, is order of n instead of order of n minus 1. And a few years ago, that was about the state of the art. I also have my favorite test for those conversational AIs, not programming, but if the thing can't answer a factual question, how can it program? And what I do is ask about summarize life and career of Francesco Guccini. Francesco Guccini is a Bolognese singer. Well, he's from Pavana, Modena, but he spent his life in Bologna. And a passion of mine, so I'm able to actually spot the issues. And more often than not, those AIs tell me Guccini's dead 10 years ago, which would be quite a surprise to him if you told him. And whenever I see that, okay, next. I can't afford to have this thing make something I cannot entirely check and trust. It's going to be a disaster. It will improve. How much? I don't know. I hope that the focus shifts heavily from using AI to replace humans, which is kind of a dead end and distant failure, to using it to augment humans. It's like, take a bicycle. As a empowering tool, it lets you go twice as fast with half the effort than if you were walking. But you cannot just have a bike and say, okay, so I don't need a person anymore because I have the bike. Somebody is there directing it, even if it has an engine, so you don't need to pedal. You still have a little eyes on the...
I think this could be the last one.
Yeah.
Is software still getting better or worse? Something like phone apps with online banking, 700 megabytes, and being dog slow and full of bugs seems very wrong.
Yeah, it's like any field that broad, the answer is yes and no, or it depends, which isn't very satisfactory. There are areas where software today can do amazing things that 20 years ago would have been inconceivable. There are areas where maintenance has been skimped up because nobody likes to maintain old software. But if the old software is performing vital functions and the world is changing around it, somebody needs to adjust it. And in that, I fear we've got to, this is the kind of stuff that they want to deploy AI to save one programmer's salary. And I don't know if I have a solution how to make good programmer want to do maintenance. That probably was the problem even well before I entered the field as well, it definitely is today. In that, so new software can actually do amazing things, but there's a lot of existing software that can't just be dropped, and there we are having problems motivating people and firms to do all the maintenance they should be doing.
Okay, Alex, it was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Arriva. No.
question session at the end of this talk. So please, let's give them a warm welcome, and thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So I think I'll skip my name and just to complete something. Our main job in Generali as an insurance company is to develop machine learning models that covers basically all the bases of the insurance company, ranging from life insurance, car insurance, of course, pricing, claims, and all these things. Today, however, we want to show you something a little bit different, one of our projects. And I'll start with a question. How many in the room know what this object is? Well, pretty good. OK, for the people that don't know, this is a black box. It's, there are several kinds, actually. It's, sorry, I'll start with a brief agenda. Today we'll discuss then what a black box is and how we use it for a service that's called emergency call. In particular, we want to show you what happens if you are involved in a car crash. And then we'll show you what kind of approach we've taken using neural networks and what kind of drawbacks we found and how we are trying to overcome them. Finally, just to show you, because I'm the data scientist, I'm working on notebooks, not the real, but thankfully, this is not just a POC. We have this thing in production. So that's something that actually works on the black boxes of our customers. So let's start. First of all, a black box. It's a device that you mount on your car. There are several types. Typically, you have to mount it when you subscribe a telematic insurance policy. Generally, we have a sub-company called Geniot, which is specialized in connecting insurance on several areas, actually, mostly on car insurance. And they provide mobility services through the use of black boxes. Just to give you a practical example, if you are a Generali customer, a telematic customer with your car, you can benefit from several services, ranging from we analyze the driving style of our customers, and the best ones receive more discounts. That's easy. But one more interesting is how to improve their safety. And what we are talking today, as I was saying before, is a service called Emergency Call, which tries to improve the safety of a customer in case of a car accident. More on the black box. What's inside? It's basically a recorder device. It's also called event data recorder. It's equipped with several kinds of hardware, ranging from accelerators, GPS, and so on. We gather several kinds of data from it, and it's better if I show you exactly what the collected data looks like. And it looks like this. So you have, of course, GPS position. You know where the car is or where the car was when an event happened. And of course, you can say things like, OK, where did the event happen? Just to give an example. If you are put in contact with an operator, the operator must know where to find you and your car. We can tell from the data where the car has stopped after the event. And of course, we can say, OK, this is the speed the car was going. And then we can say, yeah, but after the event, the car has stopped completely. And of course, we can get accelerator data. As you can see, there are 3 axes of data, X, Y, and Z. All of these together, they can tell us how severe was the impact. OK. Can we use this data to understand whether or not your car was involved in a crash? OK, I was talking about this service called Emergency Call. It's basically a system that allows you to make a call, an emergency call to an operator. There are several ways to do that. One simple is that you have a button on your black box. So you just press it. There are kind of black boxes you mount on a windshield. There's a button you call for help. What we're talking today, however, it's the automatic emergency call. So we get the data from the black box. We receive a signal with all the information that we've seen before. And we have to decide, is the signal worth to send to the operating center? Can we send, what we do is that we receive the information from the black box and we process it in our systems, and then we send alert, if needed, to the operation center, where first a voice bot will call automatically the customer. If needed, a human operator will take the call and eventually send a tow truck if needed. Okay, this is good and all. This is a nice situation. The reality is this, where we have tons and tons of signals from the boxes, and I'm talking about 200,000 signals per day, where the actual accidents are luckily in the range of 100. And so if we had to send everything to the operation center, this would be the result, probably. So we have in our hands a very imbalanced problem. We need a strong filter, strong machine learning approach that filters out all the false positives, or most of them at least. Something that puts the operation center in, allows the operation center to actually work their real cases. So just to give you an example, what are these signals? Of course, we have the real accidents, but we also have potholes, device malfunctions, and so on. So here the real question: how can we decide if an event is to be sent to the operators? We have a baseline. We have people working in Geniot, people that are not data scientists, but they know way more than me how a black box and a car works. So they can tell us how a crash looks like from the data. So they can tell us, okay, you have to look for these values, you have to look for these shapes, the speed should be something like that, the acceleration should be something like that. It works. As a baseline, it works. However, there are a few limits that we need to overcome. First, it's still a lot prone to false positives. That's something that you could, in theory, ignore, as long as the operation center is large enough to take all the calls. However, there's another real problem. As I was showing you in the first slide, the device is not one. There are several kinds of devices. Some you mount inside, maybe on the battery. Some you mount on the windshield. Some are even hidden everywhere. Some are mounted by people that don't know exactly how to mount a black box. So we have all kinds of behaviors in the acceleration, in the speed, and everything. So we need something that can be easily adaptable to all the different cases we see in our field. And moreover, the device, once it's trained, once we know it exists, unfortunately, we can't say in the next 6-12 months the behavior will be the same, because there may be firmware changes, maybe a new batch of black box will have a different behavior, maybe a different hardware. So we need to adapt. And what we try to do is, of course, apply a machine learning model, a deep learning model that can learn automatically from the data, which are the shapes, which are the values we have to look for. This is the typical approach in this field. We haven't introduced anything new here. We tried several approaches. The one we are showing here, it's based on a convolutional neural network. How many of you know what a convolutional neural network is? Most of the people, great. Just for people that don't know, it's a neural network that it's a deep learning model that's typically used to process images, videos, and so on. Just to say an example, to understand whether in a photo there's a cat or a dog. Here we don't look for cats or dogs, we look for crashes. But instead of looking for the ear of the cat, we look for the shapes that are correlated in some way to being a crash. So we treat that as an image, in this case at least. And we have, of course, great advantages. We have the CNN, we have a fast training and inference time, which is good, because, of course, this service should be very, very quick to help the customer. And of course, we have an increase of performance compared to expert-based systems. We have a main disadvantage, though. That's harder, way harder, to explain the results if someone asks you, why didn't you call me? I just crashed in a tree, for example, and you didn't call me. Why did the neural network tell me that it was not a crash? And that's the main problem. We need to be able to explain the result for two main reasons. One is regulatory. As you probably already know, the AI Act is in full function since last year. So the European Union has set some rules we have to follow on which kind of models must have an explanation layer. This one is one of them. And not just that, we have a need to understand possible biases in a model, because there are, of course. The first training, you will always find biases in the result. So what we did in the last few years was to become partner of this European project called Human AI. It's basically a network of research centers, universities, and industrial companies. Generally, was the only insurance company in this project, and we worked together. The objective was not just find fancy things to publish, but was to work with universities to find new ways to make the models, make AI more explainable, basically. So what we did was work together with the University of Pisa and CNR, and basically we tried both existing methods and developed new methods to understand how a CNN reasons when dealing with multivariate time series data, such as the one we are talking about today. We published 2 papers. If you want, you can take a photo. You probably already did. Briefly, in the last 4 minutes, then I'll leave more the rest to Angela. I'll just to give you, want to give you a brief overview of what kind of approaches we have taken. Let's start with the easiest one. Sharp values, you probably already know what they are. Basically, they quantify for each feature how much it contributes to the importance of the model prediction. It's very easy to apply. There's a very useful method called kernel explainer that it's applicable to all kinds of models. It's model agnostic. It's easy to apply also to CNNs. There's a main drawback here. It considers each feature as one time point. So it can tell us, okay, this instant is important for the network. Good for biases, not very good for explanation, let's say. So we tried something more complex. We tried a framework, a transformation framework called shapelets. They are basically time series subsequences found automatically by this approach. It tries to find in time series which are the recurring shapes that are mostly found in the data, and tries, of course, to understand which ones are more correlated to being a crash or not being a crash. In particular, what we did was to build a meta model that takes the output of the neural network and uses this basically as feature. There is this kind of shape, or there isn't, or maybe there is, but it's not exactly similar. And this becomes feature that can explain the results of the CNN. Here, what you do is, okay, this shape is important for the reasoning of the network. Measure drawback here. Good for human explanation, requires being a meta model, time consuming, and however, takes each time series by itself. It can't do multivariate time series yet. So what we did in the latest paper was to try to introduce multivariate shapelets. So we tried to do a new kind of shapelets that take into account different time series at the same time, because they are the same data basically, and try to understand which combination of time series are correlated with the reasoning of the neural network. You won't find that yet in standard libraries, unfortunately. But if you need it, I'll give give you the link to the GitHub repository. And for the notebook part, it's all. So let's see how it actually works in production.
Thank you, Daniele. Okay, now I think we have a just little problem. How can we get this notebook work in production? So let's take a closer look to the architecture behind the crash detector system. But first, let's look at same numbers in order to understand the amount of data, the scale of data we are dealing with. Every month we have about 1 million devices, that is 1 million black boxes on the road, of which 400,000 devices send at least one alert. Every month, so generally systems have to collect about 6 million alerts, of which 50,000 sent to the operation center and 4,000 alerts are confirmed every month as real crashes, with 1,000 tow trucks sent by the operation center. Okay, now you have an idea of the large amount of data generally systems every month have to deal with. So how did we tackle this challenge? In the CDO team, we have as main tool in order to develop our projects the Google Cloud platform, and also the crash detector was developed using this platform. In this slide, you can see all the main tools involved into the crash detector architecture building, divided into two main groups: the tools involved into the main training phase and the tools involved into the inference phase. In the training phase, we have BigQuery as a data lake, then a data pro cluster with PySpark in order to process the large amount of data collected, and the Vertex AI pipeline in order to actually build the model. The deep learning model will be used as input during the inference phase, where we have a little simple architecture, a bit simpler architecture composed of two pub/sub queues, one for input and one for output, and a cloud function that actually run the model. All the architecture is terraformed. All these tools are terraformed. As you know, Terraform is an open source framework that allows you to build and manage ET systems, ET architecture by coding, following the infrastructure as code approach. Okay, let's see the training phase architecture. All the events coming from devices, coming from black boxes, together with additional information coming from the operators, are stored, as we said before, on our data lake built on BigQuery. We are talking about millions of data, so that is several terabytes of data every month. This large amount, this huge amount of data, is then preprocessed by a PySpark cluster on Dataproc. Why PySpark? Because, as you know, PySpark enables efficient processing of large data sets by parallelizing computation across multiple nodes. So the result of this PySpark extraction, this PySpark computation, is the extraction of some features that will be used as input for the Vertex AI training pipeline. The training pipeline actually trains the model in our architecture by using TensorFlow, but the model can be trained using any framework, for example, Keras, for example, PyTorch, as you prefer. And the result of this step is the model, the deep learning model itself, that basically is a file deployed into a model registry in order to use it later during the inference phase. Okay. Here we have a diagram, a scheme of the Vertex pipeline, training pipeline, so the pipeline that allows to train the model and select the model. The process works as follows. Every time a new version of the model is trained, it is validated by a validation function. And then the result of this validation is compared with the validation of the currently in production model, so with the validation of the version of the model currently in production. If the current model keeps to perform better, it is kept in the model registry and so in production. Otherwise, if the new version of the model performs better, the model itself is converted into a TF-Lite file, deployed into the model registry, and then it is used in production for the inference phase. We can start to use it. Okay. On this side of the slide, we have included a snippet of code with which we defined different stages of the pipeline. This snippet of code allows us to highlight one of the key advantages of using Vertex pipeline, that is, as you can see, each step is containerized, that is, it's run in its own container. This is an important feature because you can test and execute each step separately, independently from the others, and also, if you want, with a custom set of input parameters. For example, the training step takes as input a parameter that defines the GPU it has to use in order for its execution. But this parameter is not specified for the other component. Another key benefit of using Vertex pipelines is that each experiment you perform is easily traceable and reproducible. That is an important feature, especially during the output analysis phase. Okay, now we have collected and processed a huge amount of data, trained a new version of the model. How do we use this model in the real world? Okay, here we have a schema of the inference phase architecture. It's a simple architecture composed of two FIFO pub/sub queues, one for input and one for output, and a cloud function that actually runs the deep learning model. It is clear that it's not a standalone architecture, but it is integrated into a bigger and more complex system. IT system. Okay, the process works as follows. The real-time event coming from the black box are sent via the queue to the cloud function. The cloud function runs the model predicts and attaches to the payload of the event some attributes, and then the output is published on the output queue in order to propagate it to the rest of the system. What do the attributed, predicted, and attached by the model mean? These attributes allow us to understand if the signal, the alert coming from the black boxes, it's probably a real crash, so it must be to send to the operation center. It's an at-risk signal, or actually the black box is just graying wolf, so the alert can be filtered out as a false positive. And so, thank you.
Well, thank you so much. It was really interesting. I don't see any questions on Slido. If anybody has any question, just raise their hand. Oh, maybe it's just my phone. I'm sorry. Can you say your question?
Hey, when you started off and you said like you have all the data from the black boxes and you turn that into an image and you use basically the neural network to analyze the image. Why do you turn time series data into an image to analyze it? Don't you lose a lot of information that way?
This is just one way to do that. Let's start with that. Yeah. It's not not necessarily the final way to do that. The scenario works though, because when you're talking about time series, like this one, like the acceleration one, you're looking for contiguous parts of the time series, small parts, that are suggesting in some way the presence of a crash. So let me give you a very simple example. A sharp drop in speed. So you pass from maybe 80 kilometers per hour to 0. That's a very specific shape that takes place in a very small part of the series. You don't actually lose that information in the CNN because you're actually learning a kernel that looks for that kind of shapes in the older part of the full-time series. So you can find, of course, the drop, the early part of the late part, but you just need to look for that particular shape. That's why the CNN, I think, they work. They're not necessarily the best way to do that. It works, it's fast. That was one of our requirements. We tried, of course, other kind of networks like LSTM and everything. But the main point that we wanted to discuss today was, okay, you needed to explain that, and that works for CNN, LSTMs, whatever.
Joining on this question, you mentioned that there were people in the company that were really experts on black boxes and accidents. So why not use this information with an if-else kind of
we did
code?
We did for a while. Maybe we're still doing that apart. I can't go into much details, unfortunately, but that's definitely information that you need to take into consideration. So the CNN itself may not cover all the cases, for instance, but as a basis, it works better than just using the rules from the experts. But that's something you need to take into consideration anyway.
Okay.
So maybe, just to give you a brief example, you can put some, constructed features, special features feed into the neural networks as other information, maybe. That's one way.
Okay. So the model works better than just if-elsing.
Yeah.
I have another question. You mentioned finding biases. Did you just check for all the biases, or was there any way to detect them, like in outlier detection?
No, not directly, but what we did was to understand from the output of the shapeless and sharp values whether there were part of this time series that maybe we didn't want to be very important. Mm-hmm. So maybe, I don't know, you just cut them off. Or maybe you change how you try to change what kind of data the CNN looks for. So that's the way we did that anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for the interesting talk. I have a question regarding the automatic training that you have offline. You use a validation set to assess if the model performs better or worse. How much often do you revise the hyperparameters? Do you do this automatically?
Automatically, yeah.
And do you revise also the hyperparameter space, or you just make a huge grid and you let the software choose which best hyperparameters work?
With Keras, I really like to use one of the tuners available in the library, Keras tuner library. So that's way faster than a grid search. So. Mm-hmm. And that's you can. The funny thing about Vertex pipelines, you can put inside whatever you like. So that's the part you can automate.
Okay, and the validation set is static. It's always the same.
No. Of course, if you have to retain that kind of model, you need to move the window every some time. And as Angela was saying, the issue here is that you need a long time. A long time frame of data, and that means taking terabytes of data in the training set, training validation tasks.
Nice, thank you.
All right, we have time for one last short question.
Okay, one question for you. Have you ever thought about bringing this algorithm to the edge? So realizing like a smart box.
Yes. Currently, as generally, we don't make the black boxes, so we buy them externally. So that's not something we can do. That's definitely a way to do that anyway. Yeah. If we could filter them at the source, it would be nice. Yes. We can't.
All right. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And feel free to catch them outside if you have any more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Uno, due. All right, hello everybody. Today we have a software developer from the far land of California. And today he's gonna talk about testing, and let's give him a warm welcome. Just a reminder, if you have any question, post them on pycon.it/slido, and we will do a 5-minute questions session at the end. So please take it away.
Test. Is it working? Okay, there we go. All right, so today I'm going to talk about unittest.mock and kind of walk everybody through like how it works internally. So unittest.mock is a standard library in Python, and it provides a bunch of utilities. So as a bit of background, let's say you've got some like source code that you want to write tests for. It does a bunch of stuff like it makes network requests, or it accesses the file system. So this is just an example of some code that is not even really production quality code. It's just, I wanted to give an example for the slides of like something that has side effects and that you want to write some tests for. The idea is, of this example, is that you want to just download, like you're going to download some files. It makes some, like you want to check if the remote file that you're going to download will fit on your disk using, so we're going to use shoot_diskusage and just request.head to get the content length header from the remote file system. Obviously, there's some edge cases where this clearly doesn't work. This is just an example of some code you want to test, and we're going to use the unittest.mock library to make that happen. So this is a bit of terminology. The two things we're going to go over here are patching and mocking. So patching is like replacing an object with a fake lookalike during tests. In Python, this is done at runtime using duck typing. In other languages, you have to like statically compile and like use CodeGen to create mock, or like, well, so you got mocks and you got patching. They're kind of two very intermingled concepts. You usually use patching to replace real attributes with mocks, where mocks are the fake objects that have no side effects. So like for the example that we're going to talk about, you don't want to make network requests, you don't want to like access the file system during your tests, because those have problems at test time for reasons like if you have if you make network requests or you access the file system, you're introducing flakiness or extra state into your tests. Your tests are not hermetic. They rely on, like, if you want your tests to have a, like, for every set of inputs, you have a consistent set of outputs, and by introducing extra variables to that, like network requests or file system stuff, you're creating a situation where the test doesn't run consistently on your machine. Say maybe your disk is full or the network is down or something, and it may not run consistently with other developers. The test works on my machine is not a really good excuse. By using mocking and patching, your tests will run faster. Like obviously you're not making network requests that would be slow. You're reducing flakiness, setup time. Sometimes you want to mock databases. Databases need migrations. You don't want to run those every time you set up your test suite. For the sake of unit tests, you want to only be testing a small little chunk of logic in each single test. And by having that test do its setup or tear down or make network requests, you're introducing more things in that test scope that you don't want to test. Like maybe you want to test like what happens when the network request gives a 500 error. How do you handle that? But you don't want to have to test all the other logic of the function. You can just test one thing. And then by not accessing real resources, you can also increase parallelization of your tests. Again, you don't need to spin up a database if you're doing mocking or patching. You can just, each test can talk to its fake little database, and it can be parallelized. I'm not going to go into much further detail on like the actual practices of writing tests. The purpose of this talk is to go into how the standard library implements the mocking and patching utilities that it provides. So the goal of this talk is to just go over the internals of the library. We're going to slowly build up an implementation using our own little code snippets to match what the standard library is doing. And then we're going to, the goal is to learn how the standard library is doing the mocking and the patching. But the implementation that I'm going to come up with, the snippets, is it's gonna match the what and the how, but not really the exact implementation that the standard library is doing. The standard library is quite messy. There's a lot of 20 years of baggage in the module that really doesn't matter to understanding how it's working. There's actually a lot of dead code in there. The standard library it's not a very well-written library. I mean, good intents from the developers, but it's got a lot of history with it. And I'm going to shy away from showing the actual code snippets of the library because, again, they're messy and it's just too confusing. The code snippets I'll be showing are really just concise, manually created things that show the concepts rather than the real implementation. As a bit of a background, I'm Bryce Spiegel. I work as a software engineer in California. I deal with developer infrastructure. So I'm kind of responsible for back-end things. A lot of other teams at the company I work on deal with the actual services and the production code, and I help them with their tools. I help do language version, package version, migrations, linting, static analysis tools, build systems, stuff like that. And that's just where I get a lot of the experience with the internals of libraries. Okay, so we're going to start with doing things manually. Just the most primitive example of a patching. So we have, let me get the laser pointer working. All right, I've got this test here. We want it to call this space available function that I was showing before with some parameters, and we don't want it to make network requests or file system access. So we can just take the actual modules that the test is going to be using. So here, over here, we got requests. Well, in the snippet from the previous slide, we was using requests and shootel. We import them into our test scope, and we can just use the Python access semantics and just replace what's in the module at runtime. So we can just overwrite shootils.disk usage, which are with our fake mock disk usage over here, and the same with the request.head function. And then when we run our test, it's going to run these functions inside of the actual code instead of running the real requests. Obviously, there's some problems with this because previously we were just setting it, and then when this test finishes, it stays set. Like the next test that run will still have this overwritten. Like it's not scoped. And that's a huge problem. We want it to unset with every test. And so we can just do a little something simple here where we overwrite it, keep the track of the original version of the function, and then when the test is finished, we put it back. Pretty simple, but there's some flaws with that. When let's say that the function we're testing has an unexpected exception, probably indicates a bug in the code that the tests are going to catch, but we want to still clean up our patching when that occurs. And so we can just wrap that in a try finally statement so that when the test runs, maybe has an internal exception, it still gets cleaned up. We still put it back into its original state. We can do a little bit of work to hide the boilerplate around this. So now here I've created this patcher class. This kind of mimics what the standard library is doing. That initializes with some object we want to patch, the attribute we want to patch on it, and the value we want to set it to. And so then we make a little patcher helper function that instantiates an instance of the patcher class. And we can see the example over here. We pass in the module the attribute we want to set on the module and the value we want to set it to. So we're setting the attribute disk usage to that mock function that we created just a second ago. And then we call these start and stop or start and finish, I should say, functions to do our setup and teardown. There's a bit of sacrifice that we have to make with autocompletion here. Previously, we were doing shootil.disk usage or request.head. Now we have to use string lookup here just so that getAttr and setAttr work properly. But that's just what is expected and how this works with the standard library as well. We can go further and reduce even more boilerplate by changing our start and finish functions to enter and exit functions so that we can turn our patching into context managers. So the patch function here returns an instance of the patcher object that we made here. And then when the with statement uses it, it first calls the inter function, returns the object of the context manager, and then when the function scope falls through because of the context manager, it calls the exit function. And so now we no longer have to remember to call the cleanup code for each patching. It just happens implicitly when the with statement falls through. And the beauty of context managers is that they handle exceptions automatically. So even if an exception is raised in this space available function, the context manager will still call exit. And this exception info parameters here with context managers allows you to access that exception data. For the purpose of what we're doing here, we can just ignore it. We want to do the exact same cleanup whether or not an exception is raised in the internal function. And so this cleans up a bit. We can just use a context manager and ignore or not have to worry about like every single tester right, that uses patching to do that cleanup. We can go a bit further and to replace that context manager with a decorator that then uses the context manager. So we can do @patch, provide our parameters, and then when this, so the way decorators work is that they call the function that it wraps around. So like this returns a callable. The function is then passed to the callable. So like the call function takes func, and then when that function, the wrap function is called, it actually does with self and does the context manager that we just did on the previous slide. So now all this is all wrapped, all the logic we had from the very first example with like the setup and tear down is all kind of embedded in a single line per patch where we just are replacing our the real attribute on shootil.disusage with our mock one, and it handles the cleanup for us. It's really clean and really elegant, and it's quite nice to use. But however, there's some caveats and gotchas here that really trip people up when using the patching library. The fundamental problem is that we are patching attributes. Let's go back. We're patching attributes on the module, and so if the actual code that we're testing against gets those attributes in a different way, then the patching we're doing is patching it in the wrong spot. So in this case, over here, if the code is importing shootil and doing shootil.disusage, it will have a different reference to this code here, where if it imports disusage from shootil. And so this variable here, this disusage one and this shootil one are different things. And so if we look at the patching here, if I patch shootil.disusage and I print the variables of disusage and shootil.disusage, we can see that only like disk usage from shootil, or shootil.disusage was patched with the mock disusage, but the one we imported from shootil is not patched. They now refer to like different functions. And so we get around this by just being cognizant of where the patching needs to be performed. So again, if we're importing from shootil in our example code, we need to patch shootil's.disusage. If we're importing disk usage into the namespace of the code that's using it, we need to patch that namespace and change the disk usage inside of it. So it's a bit, we've kind of lost the ability to do black box testing. We have to do white box testing. We have to know how the code is implemented in order to test it, which is not great, but this is just how it works with the mocking and patching system that Python provides. And this is a really common gotcha that trips other developers up. It's like, why isn't my patching working? I'm patching it, I'm doing the patch function, and you have to take a step back and look at, oh, okay, it's because this variable is imported this specific way. And this also causes problems during refactoring where like you move a function or you change how something's imported, and then the patching no longer works. This can be pretty frustrating to debug, but that's how it goes. One more thing we can do as a convenience, instead of like importing the module into our test scope and then patching an attribute on it, we can use package util.resolve name, just take the whole thing as a string, split it on the final period, and then import the left side, patch the attribute on the right side, and this allows you to just use one single string to do the patching. This is what the standard library does internally. There's a bit more complexity to the standard library where it does a lazy import of the actual module that you're patching, but this implementation here kind of just does it immediately when you do the patching. But I'm not going to go through that logic. Just kind of wanted to show what the string-based approach is doing. So again, the standard library still provides the other method to do the patching on the actual symbol. It's just kind of, they put a function in the namespace of the other function. It's kind of like just, like you have def patch, and then they do patch.object equals, and then another function. Because you could just you can put methods inside of, or you can put functions inside of functions, which is kind of weird. It's not like a nested function, but it's an attribute on the function object. And so now we have the two primary decorators of the patching library, just at patch and patch.object. One takes a string, one takes a module, or sorry, one takes an object. The advantage of the second one is that you can do things that the first one can't do. If you pass a class or a class instance, you can patch attributes on the class. But if you use the first approach, you can only patch modules. So this is why it's called patch.object, because you're patching an object. But modules are objects, so you can patch them that way as well. Okay, so the other half of the story is the mocking. Here in the previous examples, we took our fake, we manually created these mock functions, and then we put those in the patching utility. But this is a lot of work to do for every single function or every single attribute to make a copy of it manually. And so the standard library also provides a mock utility library to automatically generate these fake objects. Okay, we're gonna work to implement that. Let's start simple. We just have a mock class. It takes some return value, and when you call it, it returns that return value. So, step back a bit. Okay, so here we can patch util.disusage to take a mock that returns some fake data. So this function particularly returns a tuple of 3 integers. For the scope of our test, we only care about the third one, which is the amount of space on the disk that is in that path. So this path is on some partition. That partition has 10,000 bytes remaining on it. And so by providing the return value, so we take this mock, we put it in the disk usage place. In the util namespace, we assign disk usage to this mock. This mock then gets called and returns the value we provided when we construct it. So let's see here. Let's add another feature to this. So instead of returning a value, maybe we want it to raise an exception internally. It's we want to test that we're handling our exceptions properly. And so the patching utility provides a side effect, or sorry, the mocking utility provides a side effect attribute that instead of returning the value, if the side effect is set, you can raise it instead. The actual standard library handles, or you can pass either an instance of a class or a class type, or sorry, an instance of an exception or an exception type, and then it kind of does some logic to infer if you need to raise it or instantiate and then raise it, but I'm not showing that here. And also ignore the usefulness of this test. We're kind of testing the patching and mocking itself. We say this function returns or raises a permission error, and then we're catching the permission error, but obviously a real test would be testing the handling of the exception that's raised internally, but this is just to show an example. Okay, we could also make, well, the standard library also makes side effect do some more things. If we set it to a callable, like a function or a method or anything that implements that __ call magic method, we can make it call the function instead and then return the value. So here's just a very trivial thing. I just kind of re-implemented the previous logic by making a function that just takes anything and returns the values that we care about. Obviously, you could provide much more complex logic in here. So each time it could store some state. Each time it's called, it returns a different value. Or you could make it actually look at the input parameters and parse them, do something with it, and return a value based on how the function's called in the first place, all while still doing the mocking and patching. The real implementation is being patched over the top. Okay. So the side effect attribute also supports being an iterable. If you provide just like a list or a tuple or anything that's iterable, when it is invoked, each time it's invoked, it'll return the next item in the iterable. So like you kind of like take your iterable in, you store it as the iter object, and so that iter object keeps the state. Each time it's called, it goes to the next object with next down here. And then when that's done iterating, it's finished. Let's see here. And I'm not saying this is a good API. We've kind of made use of side effect for like multiple different things. We got like just raising exceptions. We've got calling it. We've got returning multiple attributes like we use the iterator function. And I will admit it's very gross that we're kind of overloading this single attribute for multiple use cases, and then still have our return value down here for another use case. But that's what the standard library does. It's kind of weird. Okay. See, another important feature of Python's mocks is just accessing arbitrary attributes. We can implement getAtter on our mock type, and then whenever we access anything on our mock instance, we make it return another mock. And this allows us to like make the mock that we provide to the actual logic just do nothing and do nothing as deep as it wants to go. And this is a way that you can just, you can tell like the code, just ignore everything this attribute's doing. We do not, or this field is doing. We don't care anything about it. You can get fake data back as long as you want. Just ignore it. Note that we're using getAtter and not getAttribute. GetAtter, well, getAttribute is called whenever the namespace, or you're trying to get an attribute off the object. So like, even if it's there, getAttribute's called. But getAtter is called only when the object doesn't exist in the namespace. Like, it can't find it the normal way, so then it falls back to getAtter. And then it's like, okay, this field doesn't exist on the object. Let's create one and then return it. The standard library also provides a tool called Magic Mock. It's basically the mock thing, but it also implements a bunch of default values for the magic methods. So there's like 20 of them. And so it's like, when it initializes, it just goes through each of the magic methods, puts them in the class, and then you can use this to just get free tools on the magic mock. This is the standard thing that the patching library, like the @patch decorator, if you don't set a value for it, it will return a magic mock for you. And then you can just like iterate over it or cast it to an int. And this just allows you to say, all right, I'm ignoring even more functionality. I don't care. And the example of this is maybe you're making an API request and then you iterate over like the list result it gives you. You can just make that like by using a magic mock, it's going to return something that's iterable but has no data and then just does nothing with it. And so that just happens automatically. You don't have to do all that implementation for it. Okay, got 2 minutes left. I'll skip that. Okay. So what if we don't want all the attributes? Maybe we want it to be a bit more nuanced. Only let the mocking tool return data for the things that are on the real type. And you can provide a spec type where it uses dir at runtime to figure out all the attributes that exist on the object. And so if it's not in the dir, it raises an attribute error. But if it is in the dir, it creates a fake mock. So here we have an example where this class example has atter and do thing. And so atter works, a do thing works, you can call it. And their story returns a mock object, but A, B, C, D, E, F doesn't exist on the example, and so the mock won't create a fake version of it. But one thing to note here is that if you can use dir with both classes and instances, if you provide the class, it won't have the things that are put on the class at runtime. So self.foobar here doesn't exist if you call dir on the class, but if you call dir on an instance of the class, you can do foobar, and then it will exist. So there's two ways you can approach the specking. Another feature, I think this is the last one I've got to talk about, is that when you can keep track of the calls that these mocks, we got these callable mocks, you can keep track internally of when and how they're called by just storing the args on the call list. So we take args and kwargs, put them in this call type here, and then we can later use our list of calls, like every time this fake function was called, to do some assertions. So like in this example, We mock shoe-tool.disk usage, we set the return values, we run our function, and then we can assert that the disk usage was called with the file path, and the request.head function was called with the URL, because we store those data in each mock's call list. And then that's it. Any questions? And I'll put that slide back up because it's a long one.
Thank you, Bryce, for demystifying unit testing for me and hopefully for a lot of you. And we have two questions from the general public. So first question is, what strategy do you suggest to avoid mocks not being deactivated and contaminating results of other tests?
Can you explain what you mean by deactivated? Yeah.
You can plug the mock inside the test, and then you need to unplug it, right? But sometimes it happens in PyTest, for example. It happened to me that a mock was actually being active also in other tests, because maybe the code was not removing it.
Yeah. So yeah, I think the problem that occurs there if you are mocking some like module object and you're running tests in parallel. If you're running tests serially, let's go all the way back. The context manager for the patcher should be cleaning it up when it's done. Like it should be unpatching it. There shouldn't be a situation where like if you're running tests serially that it doesn't clean it up after the end. That would only occur if you're running tests in parallel and you're mocking the same module. Like you're running tests in parallel, one test has mocked the module, the other test tries to use the module. And that's kind of just something you got to be cognizant of when writing these. With the approach that the standard library takes, you can't really avoid that. You can try to write your tests in a way, or your implementation in a way that you're always, test and implementation in a way that you're always mocking like objects as opposed to modules. So like the return value of the function you mock. But yeah, it is kind of tricky, and I don't have a great solution for it.
Okay, thank you. And second and last questions, which is a bit maybe vague, is how to unit test an LLM-based app? I don't know if somebody wants to clarify this question.
Hello. Yeah. So basically, for standard machine learning, you have a reference data set, you have some scores, and you want to call the model and check in the unit test if the scores match, for example. But LLM, it's non-deterministic, and each time you have some other variations. But it's a challenge for me to have some. If I do a change to the code, I want to make sure that the code doesn't break and have the same output from the LLM. Is there any trick or way to unit test that and have some? I know other talks called about evolve, for example, as a package, but I'm not sure if there's something to add there.
So what you want to think about there is when you're writing unit tests, you want to test units of code. So like so the way you approach this is you are making a call to a function that then calls an LLM and that returns data. And so you can, if you mock the final return result of that, you can have a test for just like how you, like say you have data you've parsed out of the LLM's result. You can like write a test for using the data, and you can write a separate test for parsing the data, and you can like the one that's related to usage of the result, that can be completely mocked away, and it can be agnostic of how the actual LLM is returning data, like what format it's doing, what like result it's doing, and then you can have another test that kind of you can either take an approach of more an integration style where it actually calls out to the LLM, it's going to be slower, you're not actually patching it, or you can make an approach where you just kind of write a whole bunch of test cases, like, okay, these are all the different ways the LLM has ever returned data. Let's make sure we can parse every single one of these results, and that you're not calling the LLM, you're kind of testing the parsing logic as opposed to the LLM invocation logic. But you're still going to always want some integration tests or some end-to-end tests, like you have the classical test pyramid where you have as many unit tests as you can possibly have, and then a smaller number of like integration tests, and then an even smaller number of end-to-end tests. And so you can't really replace the end-to-end test with just pure unit tests.
All right, we have one last question.
Hello, hello. To answer the previous one, or you could use VCR Pi, could solve that problem as well. I have a question regarding databases. You mentioned that sometimes you would prefer to mock database responses as well. Did you really have a situation in your past where it was really hard to parallelize something as a result of the database, or the database was making your tests flaky in some sense? Because I personally have never encountered that situation as long as your database internal structure is separated per test per instance.
I can't think of a situation where database tests have caused flakiness, but the idea with patching a database is that you can have multiple different kinds of tests in your test suite. You can have, if your function makes a call to the database, does some query, and then it returns data back, you want to, same with the LLM question, you want to make sure you can handle the result from the database properly and write a whole bunch of test suites for that. But the scope of handling the data doesn't necessarily require you testing the database itself. You can have a different set of things that spin up a database, make some queries against it, make sure you get the data out. And you can have a different set of tests that just assume the database gave you the result it wanted and test the logic with that. And so you can in that case, you can patch the database return result so that you're not actually calling the database for those, you're testing the logic you care about for the scope of those tests.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Bryce. Let's give him a last round of applause. And feel free to catch him outside for more questions. Good job. Faculty of Middle Eastern and Asian Studies, and today he's going to talk about solving puzzles with Python. So let's give him a warm round of applause.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here, and welcome to my talk on jigsaw puzzle solving with Python using computer vision techniques. And as we know, computer vision is all about understanding and processing images using computer systems and techniques. And the relevance or applications of CV algorithms are present in virtually every aspect of our daily life. And because the majority of information we encounter each day is majorly visual information. And this marks the study of CV algorithms in Python environment critically important. And today I will talk about, in particular, how to use CV algorithms in an archaeological and research context. And traditionally, using CV algorithms for academic research, and especially humanity research, is kind of a niche area of expertise, because the majority of CV applications are profit-driven and non-humanities related. But in recent years, especially with the trends like AI for science and digital humanity research are becoming more relevant, this kind of research is also becoming much more important. So algorithms, a few words of self-introduction. So I'm currently a PhD student at University of Cambridge at the Faculty of Asian and Middle Eastern Studies. I major in archaeology, paleography, and manuscript studies. So this involves a variety of different script systems, and in particular the fascinating inscriptions written on turtle shells and ox shoulder blades from ancient China. So my PhD thesis focuses on the Orgobone artifact collection, as it is called, housed at the Cambridge University Library. So I'm the first ever PhD student that works on this collection, because the collection is so rare and it contains inscriptions from 3,000 years ago. And the majority of it are fragments, so they are not complete. So that's the need for reconstructing these images based on image processing, kind of like doing jigsaw puzzles, but on the archaic fragments. So you can imagine it's an infinitely fascinating topic, because it has relevance for 3D modeling in regard of pottery shards and statues, because we have 3D models and we use 3D related time series analysis for reconstructing these different fragments and materials. And in my lecture, I'm also a computer science enthusiast, and we do research like OCR and the image repair primarily through super resolution tasks, and also we do image comprehension. And because in recent years, LL models are becoming quite popular, and it would be fantastic to apply this in Asian scripts, where the LL models can comprehend what is in the images based on the input and prompts. And also, I work as an amateur full-stack web developer. So to make my research ideas into softwares, for wider public benefit, I created an academic website called the Ocular Digital Website. You can scan the QR code here to see what the website looks like in an academic context. So primarily, I use this website to launch a high-resolution archaic font, and also a database for archaic character queries. There are also a lot of modules on image viewer function and various data visualization modules. And in case you are curious how the website is constructed, I use a mixture of JavaScript and Vue.js together with Django framework. And this is not to belittle any other frameworks like React or Angular, but speaking from an individual developer, who has very limited time for investing in web development, this combination of techniques I find to be most efficient for creating more simplistic web applications that has high performance. So a few words of introduction on Oracle Bones, and especially why this necessitates the development of jigsaw puzzle solving techniques. Because Oracle Bones, they are quite rare, but they are also lesser known compared to Egyptian hieroglyphics and the Mesopotamian tablets. The Oracle Bones are primarily found in the late Shang China from 3,000 years ago. They were primarily used as divination mediums on which the oracles will inscribe and predict important state matters based on the formations of cracks. So in order for inducing these cracks, they drill a series of hollows into the backside and apply intense heating to the backside. So this way the cracks will form on the front. This kind of practice is usually named as scapulomancy or pyromancy because it's related to fire and the divination using animal shoulder blades. And this here is an example of turtle shell fragment. Turtle shells are used because they were believed to possess a spiritual potency that was needed to contact the ancestral spirits and the natural spirits. And this here is a more complete fragment. There are very fewer areas that are missing. And this is also a tracing on what the artifact looks like. So what kind of traces are on them and what kind of inscriptions are written. However, in working in archaeology, we don't always have such luxury of working with high quality data sets or complete fragments. Because in the beginning, these fragments were excavated illegally, so they are unregulated. And because of this, there are a lot of fragmented pieces that were excavated. And as archaeologists, we often have to work with these fragmented pieces. And this is an example of the collection at Cambridge. And the thing with different collections in the world, you never know what one fragment from one particular collection is joined to in another collection. So perhaps this one fragment in this collection are joined with the Carnegie Museum in America. And we simply have very few traditional means for piecing them together because you can imagine there is an astronomical number of pieces. And in order to reconstruct them, you have to work for years and years. And this pit on the right contains 10,000 pieces within one single excavation pit. And the reconstruction need for ancient fragments lie not only in Oracle Bones, but in other kind of manuscripts and artifacts. So this makes AI for science or AI for archaeology is critically important. So this brings us how to reconstruct different fragments using Python in an archaeological context. And this was typically compared to a jigsaw puzzle solving because you have to piece together different pieces on basis of paleographical features or typological features or based on edges. Sometimes scholars have such luck of piecing different fragments together based on inscriptions. So if you can reconstruct characters based on the continuity and the unity of different scattered texts, you have a higher chance for piecing together different collections. However, if you look at the fragments on the right, between the C and D fragment, there is no other information other than the information on the edges. So you can say contours or edges of an item is the only reliable feature on basis on which we can do Python applications in. So this questions brings forth the consideration of how do we compute the similarity between two fragments, and how do we select different parts or contours to compare. So if you look at these different examples, they resemble jigsaw puzzle solving, except they are not uniform. Because remember, a jigsaw solving, they usually involve 4 different edges. But with oracle bones or other manuscripts, the shape is non-uniform. So we don't know how this will turn into, and we don't know which part of the edges begin or end in order to reconstruct 2 different pieces. And on top of that, we have several algorithmic considerations. So the first and foremost is a pure number of calculations needed, because given a data set of n pieces, you have this number of n to the power of 2 combinations, because you don't know which 2 are compatible, and you have to do a piecewise permutations through all of them. So for example, if there are 10,000 pieces, at least 50 million piecewise comparisons are needed to search for relevant candidates. And if you are dealing with larger data sets, the number of calculations needed also rise very quickly, up to 11 billion calculations. And if we attempt to reconstruct different fragments based on deep learning methods, so we can train AI models to compute the similarity between 2 images. And that can be efficient and versatile. However, as we know, the inference of AI models can be very slow. Even if you possess a very high-end graphics card, and it may take 1 second or 2 seconds to compute each comparison. And this creates a lot of a computing power problem, because as individual developers, we don't often have access to CPU clusters or GPU cards. So this means in order to build such a model, the primary concern is to optimize your algorithms. So, and another challenge is the lack of contour data, because as historians, we often deal with images, pure images in PNG formats. So there are no coordinates on their edges. So we need to do a pre-computed contour extraction from images. And also there are also difficulties I mentioned in partitioning different parts of contours, because you don't know what is the starting point and what is the end point. And another challenge is we have so few distance measures. So you can consider cosine distance or Euclidean distance, which are very rigid. So there is no room for a relaxed evaluation between 2 time series. So we need to adapt and build upon the LCSS distance, for example, which stands for longest common sequence. And or we can build an adapted version of Euclidean distance measure, because the similarity between 2 time series should be flexible, and this gives us some ability over control for searching for candidates. So I will be briefly talking about how my model is constructed. And remember, in order to construct a very fast and very reliable computing model, you don't need to rely on very advanced packages or unfamiliar packages, because Python in its native environment possesses a lot of packages that are sufficient enough for meeting our need. So, for example, the most basic, the OpenCV and NumPy can be enough for creating very complex models. We just need to partitioning our entire train of thought into 1 million different steps. And we can do very basic mathematical operations to build a very sophisticated computational model. So first, we need to pre-compute the contours from images. And this is because we need to cut down the computational cost for comparing between two images. So instead of comparing two images, so why don't we compute between two coordinate arrays, which are basically numbers? Because image-based operations can be very expensive. But if we extract contours from them first, this way we don't have any need for image-related tasks. So in order to achieve this, I believe everyone is very familiar with basic morphological operations or edge detections. So the first thing we need is to read a path from the from a local folder and convert it into grayscale or color images based on your need. And we apply a median blur to the image to prepare for canny edge detection. And once we detect the edges from the images, we draw these contours onto a canvas, and we apply the morphological operation for the object. The reason for that I will touch in a moment. So this is the result for extracting contours from the images. There is only one primary object in our image. And if we look at the result of the code, so once we read the grayscale image into the Python kernel, we can apply morphological operations onto them. And because you can observe there are a lot of gaps between images, so morphological operations such as erosion will close these different gaps and make a very flexible contour extraction from them. And the result of this contour extraction is a 2D coordinate array, only containing XY coordinates. So this way, instead of dealing with images, we are effectively dealing with 2D numbers. So the next question is, how do we compute the similarity between two contours? For example, we can do a very simple Euclidean distance measure to look for discrepancy between edges. So if two edges possess very little Euclidean distance, this means they are very similar. However, the look between contours is that we don't know what is the starting point and what is the end point for measuring. And this sort of task resembles a signal processing task, because once we iterate between each point, so you can observe the change in a 3D space, which the 2D coordinate will change in regard to arc length. So this makes it a 1D signal. And in order to cut down the irrelevant points on this signal, i.e. noise, we need to reduce the noise. We can do some additional filters. For example, the Gaussian filter, which will simplify and smooth the contours around their corners. So for example, a lot of ridges and protrusions on the contours are not relevant. So whether they are there or they are not really relevant to our computations. So we can first apply a Gaussian filter to the contours, and then we can apply a polygon approximation in order to drastically reduce the number of points. There are a lot of algorithms out there, and the most classic one, as we all know, is the Douglas-Pilker algorithm, which simplifies the shape. And this will cut down by almost 19% of points. So originally, there may be 500 points, but once we apply the Gaussian filter and the Douglas-Pilker algorithm, there are only maybe 10 or 20 relevant points. And this is a code that we need to in order to achieve this. So once we accept a 2D coordinate array, we can design two separate filters for for Gaussian filter and Douglas-Peuker filter. And we adopt essentially a coarse to fine strategy for filtering this more efficiently. And for example, once we achieve very rough approximation of the shape, we have this cosine similarity analysis that can be used to compare different segments, because we know only edges that possess similar cosine similarity that they can be remotely joined together. So this adopts a very fast filter in order to search for candidates. And oftentimes, once we translate and rotate based on the similar edges or based on anchors, as I name it, because anchors are located on the ends of the edges. And sometimes that's not enough, because sometimes, like these fragments, they are not joined on the beginning point of the anchors. They need to slide. So we need to perform additional translations and evaluate at each single step. And because we filter this very efficiently, there is only a couple times that we need to do this. And that's the efficiency and validity of such operations. So once we translate based on similar cosine similarity, we transform the two images close to each other and see whether these two segments have a higher chance of not colliding, but combine very closely. So at each step, when we evaluate, we can first do a collision test, which does not involve any distance measures. This can be done very fast. So if two contours collide by a very high degree, this means they are not compatible in order for fragment reconstruction. But if they deviate too much, this also means the edges are not very similar. So we need to do some kind of rotation corrections at each step and evaluate. So this is the result of the model. So you can see, based on cosine similarities, that there are different positions that we can do. And because of the collision test and the distance measures, we have filtered out a great number of invalid candidates. So this leaves only one question: how do we evaluate and filter based on the results? So what constitutes a best result? So on that, we have a lot of distance measuring algorithms, such as Euclidean and LCSS measure. And the problem is such measures are so rigid. So it's an either-or problem. So they either fit or doesn't fit. So instead, we need to do a weighted sequence of such algorithms, which can apply a sort of a soft measure. For example, as these three different positions, obviously the second and third position will fit better because two fragments are approaching each other more closely. But how do we evaluate? Because LCSS only allows for very short distance similarity. So, but if you look at the second image, obviously when you are sliding the anchors, they are approaching the best position possible very quickly. So we need to also account for this semi-close or semi-far distance using a soft distance measure. And the result of such models can be very efficient. As you can see, in almost every result, the contours are joined to each other based on the longest common sequence. So the one that share the most contour similarity constitutes a best result. And this is also another batch of results that I found using different random fragments. As you can see, they are very close to what human experts can achieve, but using computer models. And one last point to additionally increase the speed for computation is that Python has some kind of limitations in some simple operations compared to C++ or C environment. However, if we write these operations in C++, they can be improved significantly. And some examples for defining functions in C language is to port these functions via PY band 11. So we can define functions in C language and export them as native functions that can be imported in Python. So the first thing we do is to write a docstring like definitions for different functions to be exported. And then we write a setup PY in the folder structure and compile it. And once we written this C++ file named measure CPP, and we can import them in Python. And the result of such models combining the algorithmic efficiency and the C++ power, and that we can compute these controls very efficiently in under 50 milliseconds. So this is pretty fast because we are doing a lot of operations, filters, and multi-scale optimizations. So this is my thoughts on how to build a very fast model on jigsaw puzzle solving, but in an academic context. And I welcome any questions on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Peixao, for this amazing presentation. I would never expected to see archaeology at PyCon, but I was really surprised. I have a question, and it is, so how many pieces of archaeological puzzles do you have, and did you manage to find any matches with this Python algorithm?
Yeah, the answer for that is we currently have 150,000 fragments in this Oracle material alone. And for other materials such as pottery shards, they also number in millions. And whether I have used this model to reconstruct some new pieces, the answer is no for the moment, because the model is fairly recent, and I have some difficulties in making this into software, because just plotting these figures in Python can be extremely difficult and repetitive, because Python does not offer a native interface for testing these results. So we have to develop our own software for that.
All right. Does anybody else have any other questions?
Thanks for the presentation. You illustrated how to match a couple of pieces. And how do you extend this with the full jigsaw with many pieces? You compare continuously couple of pieces. How do you extend this to the full, maybe say 1,000 pieces?
Yeah. So the major challenge is the wider pliability for irregular data sets. But as the model has demonstrated, it's not limited to this kind of material alone, but any kind of images that contain a primary object that are in irregular shape. So once we extract contours in an XY coordinates, so whether it's oracle bones in archaeological context or it's jigsaw puzzles, but just not in rectangular formats, they also apply in this application of models. Thank you.
All right, one more question.
Hi, thank you for your greatest presentation. Have you ever considered also looking at what's inside each piece to reconstruct the characters inside and also recognize the quality of the match between two pieces?
Yes, thank you for your question. That's a very good one, because obviously, as I said, although the edge is the only reliable feature based on which we can reconstruct, but however, for some fragments, the characters on the fragments can act as an additional clue for rejoining or reconstruction. And this way, we need to adopt a wider framework, not only that we take into account the scores of this model, but also we need to reconstruct NLP models or AI models for testing the continuity between characters or layouts. Because essentially we are dealing with characters on images, so they're not characters in a database. So they're not Unicode characters, but they are images. So we need to deal with it directly and using maybe LL models for each fragment individually. This way we cut down the computation for edge comparisons, but in the meanwhile, we increase the versatility for multifaceted matching strategies. Yeah, thank you.
All right, one last question.
Thank you for the talk. Did you ever think of using the text not for the content, but for the orientation? So if you have characters, they're vertical. Yep. So if you have two pieces, you can, instead of checking like in a continuous case, like all the rotation possibles, just like, I guess, 2 or 4 axes?
Yeah, that's a good question. But maybe I didn't clarify that very clearly because all the organones are pre-oriented at the start. However, you touch on a very basic distinction between the reconstruction between statues and portrait shots and inscribed materials. Because with inscribed materials such as tablets or bone fragments, we already know which direction it is facing up. However, for portraits, we only have some kind of patterns on the surface, which are not enough for rotation correction. So that's why some Chinese academics refer to orgone fragment reconstruction as the most difficult jigsaw puzzle solving in the world. But actually, I find the portrait shard reconstruction to be most difficult because there are no character information on them. And we need to consider the time series analysis for a single signal. Because remember, this is an XY coordinate, so it is pre-oriented. But for a time series, rotation has no meaning. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Pei Shao. That was amazing. And to everybody else, have a good lunch.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Let's say hello to Florian, that we will have a talk called Accelerating Privacy Enhancing Data Processing. A few information. You can ask any question you want on the Slido app. So you have to go on PyCon/streaming, on the room Tagliatelle, and here there is a button that is Ask Question. After the talk, I will read the question that you have done. Okay? So, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hello, and thank you for coming to my talk, Accelerating Privacy Enhancing Data Processing. I hope by the end, a few of you will know what I mean by that. Maybe not everyone. This title is actually generated by ChatGPT, so I asked for a fancy title. My name is Florian, and I work for a company called Flatiron Health. What we do is we build and operate a data platform for cancer research, which is important for the topic. I basically will explain you what we're doing. And before we get started, I want to mention two things. The first thing is, I know it's after lunch, right? I know you're all tired, but if you manage to stay awake till the end, I will ask a question, and whoever gets the answer right wins a Lego set. So that's my my hope that you don't fall asleep. And if you do, don't snore too loud, please. And the second thing is I use a lot of overlays to highlight also code. So I gray out pieces of the slides, and some people try to read this grayed out stuff. It's not readable, don't try it, you will get headache. So, okay, with that out of the way, let's get started with the agenda. The first thing what I want to talk about is real-world evidence. I want to explain what this is and why it matters. Maybe a show of hands. Who has ever heard the term real-world evidence before? That's awesome, right? I also didn't hear about this before I joined Flatiron. Then I want to explain you why it's not so easy to generate real-world evidence. Then I want to talk a little bit about feedback loops in our data architecture. Then I want to explain our foundational technology stack. And then comes the main part of the talk. I want to talk about patterns that we implement to accelerate the feedback loops. And lastly, I want to close with an outlook on the impact on what this has on real-world evidence generation and cancer research. Okay, let's get started with real-world evidence, what it is and why it matters. So the idea behind real-world evidence is rather simple. So the idea is that you take data that is already available in databases for hospitals, practices, that is generated when you go to a hospital, to a practice, all the data is recorded about you, to take that data and make it available for research. That's basically what it is. And the reason why you might want to do this, there are a couple of reasons. The first reason is that medical research is, it's not fast, right? I don't want to say slow because it sounds so negative, but it's not fast, right? And expensive. So we, as I mentioned earlier, we operate in the area of cancer research, and developing a new cancer drugs costs hundreds of millions of dollars, up to $1 billion, and can take 15 years. So, and how expensive this is, you can see, I think, the beginning of the year, Bayer, so it's a large German life science company, they had to stop development of a new drug after the third clinical trial, and their stock price dropped by 20%. So this is how huge the impact is. And real-world evidence is faster because the data is available and also more cost efficient. You cannot replace all clinical trials, but you can replace a lot of clinical trials, especially in the beginning of the drug discovery phase. But there are more reasons than just being faster and more cost efficient. Another reason is that real-world evidence captures real-world settings, right? It's not an experiment conducted in a hospital. It's really data from real settings, right? With all side effects that might happen. And related to this is the third reason, which is for me very important. Nowadays, when people get cancer, it's still a very severe diagnosis, of course, but the chances to survive are much higher, plus the chances to have come back to a healthy life after the treatment are much higher than 20 years ago. 20 years ago, of course, there was also chemotherapy available, and the chemotherapy killed the cancer cells, but it also killed all the surrounding cells. So that happened. A lot of people who got cured for cancer, they never, came back to their old life. And nowadays it's different, and largely because researchers understood that cancer is not one disease, it's in fact a collection of 1,000 different diseases. So modern treatments are much more targeted. So this is the reason why they're much more effective. But also what happens is that the treatment behaves different amongst different population groups. So it's very, very important in data sets that you're able to map out different population groups so that you have a diverse population group. And this is much easier to do with real-world evidence than it is with clinical trials that are local to a hospital. Okay. I hope I could convince you that it matters. And now I start complaining a little bit about how hard it is. It starts with, I think, this doesn't only apply to real-world evidence in oncology, probably this applies to the whole healthcare sector. It's a mess, right? There aren't really standards in this way. There are 1,000 standards, and none of them is implemented till the end. Many systems don't implement any standard. The systems that you integrate, they are not built for capturing, data for research. And if you look at this, so the data we're dealing with, it comes in all different shapes. So files, APIs. Sometimes there's a data exchange format, which is like a whole different ecosystem. There are things like FHIR, HL7. BDT is a German standard from the 90s. It's awful, but at least it's a standard. So meaning there's a 50-page PDF documentation. But most systems, they don't implement any standard. So meaning you also have to integrate internal database formats. So it's a technical, it's a technical challenge. But when you basically start, and you're able to integrate the hospital systems, then you have the next challenge that the data that's relevant for us doesn't sit in a database column. So there is no database column that's called biomarker test result. Typically it's free text field for whatever reason. So most of the relevant data is free text fields or even documents. So it's a lot of natural language processing, sometimes requiring OCR. So this is generated by, it's not real patient data, this is generated, but it's an example, right? It's like free text field. When you go to a doctor, the doctor just types in information into the system and the data stays at this in the system, right? And you have to get the information, they extract the important variables out of that. And lastly, we do all of that in an area which is like strictly controlled, which makes a lot of sense because we're dealing with highly sensitive data, right? So you really need to build a data architecture that is secure and maximizes, let's say, the anonymization guarantees. And to show you how to do this, I will show you now a scary picture. So this is a like 10,000 feet bird's eye view in our data architecture. And it's like foundation why we can do this even in Europe, right? So we basically divide our data architecture into multiple layers. And when the data travels through those layers, it gets more and more anonymized. We start in this gray area, dark gray area. This is basically hospital environments, right, where the data extraction starts. And it depends on the different hospitals, but of course we want to transport the data as soon as possible to a cloud environment. The first cloud environment where we copy the data to is controlled by the hospital. So when for people familiar with GDPR, the hospital's data controller, we are a data processor in this environment. There we continue the pre-processing, so pre-processing against anonymization, filtering for legal basis, which is rather difficult, so there are all different regulations on which data you can use. But by the end of that, the data is, we have removed all patient like identifiers, things like insurance numbers, names, addresses, telephone numbers, and things like that. And we have a legal basis for processing the data. So with that, we can transfer the data of the patients into a cloud environment that's controlled by us. there we normalize the data, we transform the data, and we extract the meaning out of the text. And the data sets that we create, then we finally load into a data serving environment where our life science partners then work with the data. We do that because anonymization is a tricky thing, right? So until that point, the data has no identifiers anymore that could be linked to the patient. But if a statistical attack, right, let's say, you know this is a patient with this kind of biomarker tests and this cancer type between 80 and 90 years old in that region, you know, if you have our data sets, you can, you know, link the data back. So what we do is our life science partners work with the data in an environment that we control so that we make sure that they cannot link the data to other data sets. So I would not expect that anyone understands like this diagram, but at least the message is it's complicated, right? You have, I need a bit of empathy. So, but the second, or like another thing I want to mention is that in the end we're like an IT company, right? So we work in a setting like every one of you. So we deal with iterations, we have sprints, we work in an agile setting. So we try things out, we generate feedback, and then we correct. And in that, and I want to talk a little bit about feedback loops. Because the data we're dealing with is very, very complicated. So before I joined Flatiron, I was working for eBay, and for some years I was working in the marketing area, and it's the data structures I could understand. It's click on a button, right? So account, right? I can understand that. Like biological data sets, I don't understand. So we're really dependent on Hello? Okay, perfect. So, so the data sets are complicated. So we have a rather large workforce of clinicians. These are like oncologists that are our domain experts. Of course, we have many data scientists working for us. And then there are people like me, like the engineers who complain about the other two functions constantly and try to keep things running. And those functions have to work together to make it all work. And this feedback loop happens in that environment. So it's like you have different function groups working in a very fragmented system architecture. And I have two SmartyPants quotes. That's my first SmartyPants quote. When you look at the system, this is a socio-technical architecture, right? So why this matters is like the communication flow, how people can work with each other. It's not only defined by the technical architecture, it's also defined by the organizational structure. And by regulations, team structures, technical architecture, you introduce all kinds of boundaries, and boundaries make, you know, feedback slower, or slow down feedback. And so I would say you can improve the agility of such a system by trying to design your core feedback loops in such a way that they cross not so many boundaries. So that's basically, I have a second SmartyPants quote later, but that was my first. So, so these are my thoughts about feedback loops. And let's now look at our technology stack. This is a foundation to explain how we accelerate our feedback loops. So the first thing is we run on AWS largely, right? I mean, as with every company, we have 1,000 examples of the way how we do things, right? But largely we run on AWS. Then we use Dexter for data orchestration. Then we use DLT for data loading and normalization. I will talk about all of this in a second in more detail. Then we use dbt for data transformations, and our data pipelines run mostly in Snowflake. And by the way, this is the motivation why I give all those Lego sets, because I'm incredibly proud of those Lego brick animations. So, okay, so let's build up a data pipeline and start a terminal. The first thing what we do is, so we're using Poetry to add all the dependencies. So we use Poetry to add Dexter, dbt, DLT, and the IBIS framework. Maybe, and then let's have a look at Dexter. Maybe who of you knows what Dexter is? Okay, awesome, not so many, that's great. So Dexter is a data orchestration tool, like Airflow, like Prefect. So it's a new generation data orchestration tool. Basically, you can build data pipelines with it. And the reason why we like Dexter a lot is two big reasons. A, it has a great integration into the Pythonic data ecosystem. There's a lot of good integrations with existing frameworks. And the second reason is that's actually the only data, like professional, like production-grade data orchestration tool that I know that runs without infrastructure. So you can run it as a library, which matters for us a lot. You can scale it up, you can deploy infrastructure, you can deploy a server if you want, but you can start running it locally without a server. Okay, then the next technology, dbt, let's have a look at this. May I also show of hands, who of you is using dbt? Okay, also great, so that, then I can claim things and nobody can check if I'm correct or not. so dbt nowadays is a lot. What dbt for me is, it does two things. It's basically about SQL development, and it introduces software engineering practices to SQL development. Meaning you can modularize your code, right? You can split up your large SQL code into modules that basically can reuse code, and you can test it. dbt is not the only framework that allows you to do this. And there are maybe nowadays more modern approaches, but dbt is like really a proven tool, and it works for us well. So we use dbt for data transformation, basically writing SQL code for data transformations in a sane way. The next tool that I want to show to you is DLT, which sounds like dbt. Does any one of you know DLT? The really awesome thing is, it's a Berlin-based company, so I'm from Berlin. But so the DLT stands for Data Load Tool, and it has the same mindset as dbt. It's a library, right? It's not a SaaS product, it's not a platform, it's just a library. And it's an ingestion tool, so it's a library that helps you to extract data from a database and API, normalize it, and load it into a target system, right? So there are like 5 trends, so like there are paid products on the market that you can use, and DLT is just an open source library. That's my second Smarty Pants quote. The way how I think about DLT is inspired by the history of how we build data pipelines, like the majority of the patterns. When you think like 15 years ago, right, people were building ETL pipelines. So you were extracting data from like a data source, you were transforming the data outside of the data warehouse, because the data warehouse was very expensive and compute and storage was coupled, so you really only wanted to load data into data warehouse that was ready. Because this was a tool that was used by analysts and by the stakeholders. And then came the age where compute and storage were decoupled, and the cloud data warehouse came up, the cloud data lakehouses and how they all called, like your Databricks, your Snowflake. And they basically told you, hey, we are fast enough, just give us all the raw data, right? And do all the transformation inside the warehouse. So then we started by extracting data, loading the raw data into the data warehouse, and doing all the transformations there, which is a great thing, because you transform the data where the stakeholders work, which is, of course, faster to change things. But the problem is that this also gets expensive very quickly. And Snowflake is a great technology, but it's an expensive technology. And the approach of DLT is that it says, hey, it makes sense to do a lot of transformations in your data warehouse, but not all transformations. There's a certain kind of transformations that doesn't make sense. And this is the old school database normalization. So first, second, third, normal form. Basically, you take a JSON structure and map it out onto a tabular structure. This you do once with the data, you don't change it, it's not a semantical transformation. And with DLT, you can do this kind of transformation outside of the data warehouse, and like the business created domain-specific transformations inside the data warehouse. And I heard that they call this ENLT, so extract, normalize, load, transform. So I like this mindset a lot. And for us, in some cases, by moving over to DLT, we actually could cut our our data warehouse costs by 50%, because the normalization of large JSONs is very expensive inside a data warehouse. Okay. The last tool I want to talk about for now is the IBIS project. Does anyone of you know IBIS? Oh, yeah, cool. Then same thing, I can claim no things, nobody can check, or basically not while I'm still here. So the IBIS project aims to standardize data frame APIs. So who of you is working with pandas, for example? Okay. So that is like a very common experience for data scientists who work with data in Python. And IBIS tries to build the same experience in a standardized way that works with all databases in a way that you don't have to load the data into memory. Basically what you do is you define a data frame, operations, and what it does is in the background, it builds a SQL statement and pushes the SQL to the database. Under the hood, IBIS uses SQL Glot, which is basically a transpiler that transpiles SQL into database native statements. So it's great when you want to write data frame code that's agnostic to the data backend that you're actually using. Okay. These are all the technologies we want to introduce. Then let's start writing some code. So we're writing a Dexter pipeline in a single Python module. So this is typically called a definitions module. So the first thing what we're doing is we set up DLT for extracting, normalizing, and loading the data. And I want to highlight a couple of things. So the first thing we want to do is implementing a DLT transformer. This all is decorator based, so we write a function which we decorate with the DLT transformer decoration. What the transformer function does, it gets file references, so pointers to files. It loads the file and then transforms it in a way that DLT can create nice tables of that. In our case, for example, we take the BDT structure, which is like a German data schema from the 90s, which is line-based. I think only older people will remember how that looked. So it's a text file with a billion lines of rows with, has in the beginning has the length of the line and stuff like that. So what we do is we convert this to a JSON structure because DLT understands JSON and DLT is able to turn JSON into nice tables. Then we combine this into a DLT source. We use the file system function, which is built into DLT, which is basically iterates over storage. In our case, it's an S3 bucket, can be local file system, and basically gives you pointers to all the files in there with backtracking built in. And we pipe this together with our transformer. That's the pure DLT setup. Then we wrap this all, because we want to execute it via Dexter. And in Dexter, like every compute node in Dexter is called an asset. So we basically write an asset function. It's again a Python function, which is decorated with the addAsset decorator. We pass in a reference to DLT, a DLT resource. We use DLT to create a pipeline, and then we use this pipeline to run our source. And lastly, this is a concept of Dexter as well, that we don't need to hard code, the creation of a DLT pipeline. If you do it, and it's not so easy testable. Instead, you write a resource, which is basically passed into your function by Dexter. And our resource, like the DLT resource, is rather simple. It has a function called pipeline, and what it does, it creates a DLT pipeline. It's just 4 lines of code. And we basically tell DLT that destination is Snowflake, and the connection credentials, connection information is passed by environment variables. Okay. So now we have a DLT pipeline, which again extracts the data, normalizes it, and loads it to Snowflake. The next thing is we use dbt for transformation. So we now need to combine DLT and dbt. And in dbt, you do this with YAML files. You write a lot of YAML files if you use dbt. We basically need to declare, we need to tell dbt which tables DLT generates. And the way we do this is a YAML file where we specify a source, a dbt source has a name, right? And a list of tables. That's a source. So then you can use those tables in dbt code. And what we also do is we have some meta attributes here. We specify some Dexter asset keys so that Dexter understands that those tables should be treated as assets so that you can run the whole pipeline via Dexter. Else, Dexter would not know about them. So with that in place, now this is like a bit, I would like to not do that, but there's no magic. You still need to declare those DBT sources as Dexter keys. So what we do is there's a code, we read this YAML that I just showed you, we go over the asset keys, and we generate no-op assets. So there's paths. We just do this so that we can declare a dependency between those DBT sources onto the DLT tables. It's just pure for dependency management that Dexter understands the DBT transformations are dependent on the DLT tables. Okay, with that in place, we can start writing DBT code. So we, for example, for the lab table, which contains laboratory tests, we heavily use macros. So that's a feature. This is a feature of DBT that I mentioned, that you can basically write usable SQL snippets. In that case, like as I mentioned, this BDT is a standard, which is implemented by some hospitals. And as soon as a hospital has a standard, and for some variables, we can reuse code to extract those variables. So in that case, for the lab values are rather standardized in BDT. So we write a macro, which then contains the SQL code for the transformation. So all you select from where. So with that in place, now we have our DBT setup. So it's just one DBT model, so one table and one macro. Then we can compile DBT. What DBT now does is taking those templates that I showed you and create real SQL out of that. Compile is a little bit, it's not really true, so DBT does not compile SQL, right? It's a text processing engine. But here we basically tell DBT, compile it against Snowflake, right? We have a Snowflake profile which also contains the connection information. What we get then, we get a manifest file from DBT which contains all the information about the DBT models. And then this manifest file we can use to combine DBT with Dexter. And this is what I mentioned earlier, Dexter has a very nice integration into the Pythonic data system. So the DBT assets it's one of those extensions of Dexter. We basically can create a function, we decorate it with the DBT assets decorator, and we point it to the manifest file that we get by running DBT compile. And with those 3 lines of code, Dexter fully understands your whole DBT DAG and can run DBT via Dexter. The last thing what we want to do now is writing a non-DBT transformation, which we do for our NLP tasks. So this is now pure Python code. Again, it's a Dexter asset. So we write a function, and we want to run this function via Dexter, so it must be an asset. So we decorate it with asset. We make this function, we add a dependency. So this is dependent on DBT. So this runs after all the DBT transformations are executed. We pass an IBIS, right, as like a backend agnostic way to talk to the backend, so in our case Snowflake. We use IBIS to obtain a session, then we create a table expression, so we pre-process the data, filter it, join it, and so on and so forth. And then we load the data into memory in batches, right? Because the table is of course large, we don't want to overflow the memory, so this is like 2 bundles batches. And then each batch we hand off to an NLP task. We get, in that case, this is an NLP task that harmonizes the data, standardizes the drug names and the test results and things like that. And the harmonized rows we write back to Snowflake with the create table or insert statements. And IBIS we handle the same way as we handle DLT. We declare it as a Dexter resource, and all what this IBIS resource really does is, when we call session on it, we create a connection to the underlying backend. In that case, we use the Snowflake backend. So, I need to speed up a little bit. I'm sorry. So we combine everything together in a definitions object. So we combine all the assets and the resources, and we for the DBT resource we again pass in the Snowflake profile. With all that in place, then we can run Dexter via CLI. As I mentioned, no infrastructure needed, no server needed. You can run it from your laptop. We call materialize, and what this now does is it starts DLT, it extracts the data from DLT, then into memory, it normalizes data into nice tables, it loads those normalized tables into Snowflake, then DBT takes over, transforms the data inside of Snowflake, and then our NLP task is triggered to do the post-DBT transformations, and then we have our final lab table that is used as this in a research setting. So that was a lot, I know, but I see at least not all eyes are closed, so you have a chance to win the Lego set. Very good. Okay. Now I want to mention some of the patterns that we implement to accelerate the feedback loops. The first is testing, but I will skip through this in order to save some time. So it's about writing tests. So it's about data tests. Okay. The next thing we do is we connect pipelines to notebooks to enable rapid prototyping, as people called it 20 years ago. And the idea is that data scientists and clinicians can pair together, can sit in front of a computer or do it via Zoom, and load the whole pipeline into a Jupyter notebook, change some code, run it, and see what happens. So what we basically do is, in the first setting I showed you, our pipeline was executed on EKS, like on a Kubernetes cluster in AWS. So what we basically do is we replace the AWS infrastructure with Jupyter, with a Jupyter notebook. The way how we do it is rather simple. So first we need a new dependency. So we add the IPY kernel dependency, and then we use this dependency to generate from our Python environment a Jupyter kernel. And this Jupyter kernel, we can now open up a Jupyter notebook. Right? This runs in SageMaker and AWS, but any Jupyter installation will do. What we now do is we can load all our definitions, all our assets, Dexter assets, into a notebook. We can override one of those definitions, so we can just write a new function, and then we call this a built-in materialize function from Dexter, and then you can run your pipeline from the notebook. And like this, basically, you can like iterate rapidly in a pair programming setting without having to deploy anything. So that helps a lot, especially in exploration phases. Okay. And the last pattern, so the third pattern, is that we want to make pipelines portable. And maybe the why I will explain afterwards, but the first thing what this means is when you look at this stack, so we already replaced AWS kind of with Jupyter. The non-portable part is Snowflake, right? It's a cloud infrastructure. So basically what you want to do is you want to replace Snowflake with a portable database, which is DuckDB. In order to do that, we first add the DuckDB extras of all the dependencies that we have. So for DBT, DLT, and the IBIS framework, we add the DuckDB extensions. Let's have a quick look at DuckDB. And again, a show of hands, who of you knows DuckDB? Oh, also great, perfect. So DuckDB is not as DBT. DuckDB doesn't try to do everything, I think. So it's very simple to describe DuckDB. It's an analytical database that can run in memory or on a file. So it runs on your machine. And it's a production-grade database, meaning if all your data fits on your laptop, you get the same performance as with Snowflake, and you also have a very comparable feature set. So it's a production-grade analytical database that runs is based on a file. Let's see how we need to change our pipeline to use DuckDB instead of Snowflake. So the first thing is, for the DLT resource, we tell DLT to use DuckDB instead of Snowflake. Very simple, right? That's a simple change. And the connection information is again provided by environment variables. Then comes the complicated part, also why I said that DBT does not compile your SQL. In our case, we were writing a lot of Snowflake-specific SQL. So that's, of course, a problem. It doesn't run as is on DuckDB. What we did in this case, we replaced those functions with macros. So like also toDate is a Snowflake function, which is now a macro. And the way how dbt handles different dialects is that you can provide different implementations depending on the database adapter. So in our case, so there's a dispatch mechanism. So we have a toDate macro that dispatches the actual implementation to a backend specific implementation. And yeah, so the DuckDB uses the string print type function. So there are other competitors of dbt that actually compile SQL and that can do this for you. For dbt, you need to write this code yourself. With that change, we can compile dbt again, this time against DuckDB. And then the last, of course, we need to update IBIS. Again, simple. Instead of using the Snowflake connector, we now use the DuckDB connector. Not much changes here. And for the dbt resource, we need to use the DuckDB profile. And the reason why we do all of this is because what we did right now, the data pipeline I showed you was basically distributed across 3 environments. And what with that change, now it runs completely in DuckDB, we can install and run our pipelines completely in a pre-processing environment. It's controlled by the hospital or directly on the servers of the hospital. Meaning we can apply our transformations much earlier in the process for finding out, for example, for identifying cohorts, getting an understanding of how the patient cohorts of a hospital look. Okay. That all, of course, it's interesting to do that, but also, does it make sense from a domain perspective? And I want to talk a little bit, or like 1 minute, about the impact on real-world evidence generation. It's important for us to scale. So, in scaling doesn't mean, yeah, of course, it means more patients, right? Because the more patients, the bigger the cohorts, the more statistical relevant your data is. But also we need to increase the diversity, and that means integrating hospitals from all over Europe. And to do that, we need to be fast. We need to be able to bring something to the hospital, install it there, see what we get, and then continue with the project. And the result is that I would say Flatiron is by far the leading company when it comes to real-world evidence in oncology. So our data has been used in more than 1,200 publications. It was cited in over 9,000 peer-reviewed documents. But to close this all up, I want to actually take a quote from one of those publications that we can do all of that on a global reach. So that this setting can benefit patients worldwide by ensuring that high-quality real-world evidence informs clinical decisions and health policies on a global scale. And with that, thank you so much for listening. And I have, 3 minutes left, right? Okay. I will start with the question. So, which database do we use to run it locally? So that was very fast. You can pick it up to me, and now you can ask me any questions if you would like to.
Okay, just a couple of questions. First of all, why DuckDB and not SQLite? Maybe it's a stupid question because maybe DuckDB is just better. I don't know. And the other question would be, can this process be automated in some ways with, I don't know, like scheduled, like to update data, like in an automated manner? And yeah, that's it.
So the first question, why DuckDB, not SQLite? So SQLite is more like a transactional database. So when you really want to aggregate 1 billion rows, it will die, right? And DuckDB is so you should not insert 1 billion rows into a DuckDB file, right? It's more like you should insert the data into batches. But if you want to aggregate 1 billion rows, DuckDB is really good on this. So it's basically those classical, why you would use a data warehouse, so use Snowflake versus Postgres also. Yeah, but like I think SQLite was like was an inspiration for DuckDB. And the second question, yes, it can be automated. So so first of all, Dexter has a whole server setup. So you can deploy a Dexter server, and then you have your schedulers, and you can schedule all of that. We actually do this in AWS. We use another orchestration tool to run Dexter inside a Docker container, use step functions for that. And automation, maybe want to close in our setting, is so we don't run on a schedule because we need to coordinate the data pools with the hospital. So basically, we do this every 2 weeks, right? So there's a little bit of a manual. So you cannot just start our pipelines whenever we want. No. Any other questions? Okay.
Thanks for the talk. I was wondering if you can reflect a little bit on GDPR fundamental rights, how messy it gets. For instance, if someone withdraws their consent to participate in the data analysis or right to be forgotten and so on.
That is, it's very complicated because the regulation, GDPR is not the only regulation. In a research setting, there are a lot of regulations. So we have lawyers, right, to basically help us to understand what applies there. And of course, the right to be, like, actually we don't get deletion requests, but what happens is that people withdraw their consent. So not everything is consent-based, but some processes are consent-based, and it happens that people withdraw their consent. In that case, we need to delete the data, and actually, yeah, so it's, so like a standard, what we also do is there is a central service that basically remembers the patient IDs which are deleted, and you actually can store the patient ID, just the ID of the patient to understand, okay, this should be deleted. And every data pipeline just reads this list to check if there's some data left, and in that case, deletes it, in that case. Because like backups are a problem, Snowflake has a time travel feature. So what basically do is we don't go through our backups and delete the data from there, but as soon as the backup is touched, the data is deleted. Okay. Does it make sense?
It does make sense.
Perfect.
Yeah, I realized it's a rabbit hole, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
So.
Okay. Any other question? So let's thank the speaker.
Yeah. Thank you so much for listening.
25 minutes.
25
plus. Mhm.
Okay, hi everyone. Let's say hello to Attila that will talk about building real-time apps, of course, in Python. And just fast information, you can ask any question you want on the Python/stream Slido app. So you go on the PyCon/stream, you find the button Ask Question on the Tagliatelle room, and after the speak, I will read the question for you, okay? So please, let's start.
Thank you. All right. Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining my session today. I'm really excited to be here. This is my first PyCon conference as a speaker. I visited a lot of Python meetups over the years in different countries, but this is my first actual PyCon conference, so I'm really excited. So let me get started. So a little bit about me. My name is Attila Tóth. I work as a developer advocate with a company called ScyllaDB. And I've been, before ScyllaDB, I've been working either as a developer advocate or a software engineer, or sometimes I did both over the years. And I live in Budapest, Hungary, currently. Before I delve into the topic of today's presentation, I just want to give you a little bit of context about the kind of work that I do and how I found FLAT, which is going to be the topic of today's presentation. So in my work, I create a lot of training material for people who want to use ScyllaDB or they are about to use ScyllaDB. And even though ScyllaDB is just a database, what I like to do is create training material that is focusing on full applications. So I've created video streaming applications in the past. Recently, machine learning has been a really hot topic, so I've been focusing on tools like Streamlit and Gradio to build machine learning apps with them. The thing with these sample applications is that I need a tool that can help me develop these applications really fast, because sometimes I do people ask me to do a webinar or a training, and I need to develop an application in like weeks, and it needs to work properly, and it needs to be able to demonstrate different ScyllaDB capabilities, and so that's kind of the challenge. That's my job that I need to do. And so over the years, I've been using a lot of different tools, mainly in Python, because that's my main language that I like to use. So I used some of these tools that you can see on the slide, Plotly Dash, Streamlit, fairly popular tools. By show of hands, how many of you have used at least one of these tools before? Yeah, almost everybody. These are really simple tools, open source mostly, and I like using them as well. There's also Next.js there, because sometimes I have to do something fancy on the front end, and even though I'm not a JavaScript person, I'm also not super pro in Next.js. Sometimes I have to do things that I don't like, but that's fine. So anyway, I've been happy with these solutions, but I also sometimes have a few wishes or requirements. So I have I think this came up like maybe a year ago when I had like 3 wishes for a Python tool that I needed for my projects, where I need to create a web application for a training, and I need it fairly quickly. And so one of these was cross-platform, because even though ScyllaDB is a database, a lot of customers use ScyllaDB with a mobile application. So they query the database from their Android, their iOS applications. And it is obvious that you can query a database from anywhere, but I still wanted to have a way to show them that, hey, here's the web application, here's the mobile application, and both works great with our database. But obviously, I don't have time to develop, like, let's say I develop a fast API server, I use, I don't know, Next.js or something on the front end. I don't have time to develop a standalone Android and iOS application. Like, that just doesn't make sense. And I would like to stay in Python. I would like to do it in Python because that's what I know, that's what is easy for me to do. And I want simplicity. I want things to be simple because I need to do things in a matter of days and weeks. And some of these tools that are out there in the cross-platform realm, they are more complex. And I don't want to write JavaScript code. I'm not good at it. So yeah, I want Python. So this is the point where I found flat. And it's actually interesting how I found it. I was just searching randomly on GitHub, looking for a new solution because I wanted to do something that was not possible with Streamlit that I was using at the time. And I was searching GitHub and I couldn't find anything. And it turns out GitHub has a lot of great search functions, a lot of filters that you can set. So I basically searched for GitHub repositories on GitHub, written in Python, published in the last 2 years. And I also set a threshold for the number of stars for the repo. And the number one on the list was flat. And I looked into it, and it was pretty much the library that I needed at the moment. So I looked into it, and I started using it. So what is flat? So flat is basically a Python library that allows you to build for different platforms. So you can build websites, you can build mobile applications, you can build for Mac OS, Windows, Linux, and you still code in Python. So your core project is still in Python. And also, they said it on the website that no front-end experience required. Which is great because I don't have much experience in front end. And it's also an open source project. It has an Apache 2 license, which was great because you can use it for commercial purposes as well. And one thing I didn't mention is that flat is actually it's Python, but under the hood it's using Flutter. How many of you have used Flutter? Okay, so some of you have used Flutter. That's great. I also use Flutter a little bit. I think it's a great tool to build for different platforms, but it takes a lot of time to develop a Flutter application, as opposed, or if you compare it to Flat. But basically, Flat is using Flutter under the hood. So just quickly, before I go into Flat specifics, just quickly cover Flutter if you have not heard about Flutter. So Flutter is also a cross-platform tool, but it's much more known. It's backed by Google. It's also open source. And it's kind of in the world with React Native or Ionic frameworks. It also uses a language called Dart, which is, for me, it's a really interesting language. It almost feels like it's trying to combine Python and Java and JavaScript. It's pulling things from other programming languages. But the problem was that for me it was too slow, meaning the development to actually ship an application. It was just too much time. I pretty much covered this. And to just show you an example of Flutter code, because later I will also show you flat code, what the differences are. So this is just a very example code from Flutter. One thing that you learn if you start using Flutter is that everything is a widget. So if you create a button, that's going to be a widget. If you create anything on the layout, that is going to be a widget. And then basically you define these widgets and then all the different attributes that tell the widget what it should look like the color, the positioning, things like that. And a thing I wanted to mention is that there is actually a package called Flat in the Flutter package repository. So if you are mainly developing in Flutter, but you want to implement Python code within your Flutter application, you can just install the Flat package, and then basically have a widget within your Flutter application, and then you can execute Python within your Flutter application, which can be useful for certain use cases. So let's briefly talk about the mechanism of Flutter, how it works. So I pulled this image from their documentation. The simple way to describe Flat is that there is a server, so it's server-based. On this diagram, they call it PGLET or Piglet. I think they say Piglet because if you say PGLET, people think it's Postgres related, but it's not Postgres related. And Piglet is actually the predecessor of Flat. So Flat is kind of a fork of Piglet, I guess. And so basically you have this server in the middle, and then this server receives the changes that happen on the UI. So if a user clicks on a button or a text needs to be changed, updated, that will be, the server will handle that request, and then based on your Python code that you wrote in Python, it will create the Flutter widgets that need to be updated on the UI. And so what the user will see is that one specific layout item or control, what they call it in Flat, that will get updated according to the program logic. So I listed a couple of items why I really like using Flat, and then we're going to do a demo. We're going to build a quick application for Android. So first of all, no front-end experience required, which is great because whenever I have to write front-end, it's not going to work. It's not going to look good. But this way, I can just write Python code, and I can create my layouts in a simple way. And as I said, the development is fairly quick. Packaging is fairly quick as well. I was surprised that I first started to use Flat. I didn't have to install a bunch of dependencies, a bunch of libraries for the packaging, because almost everything is handled by Flat when you try to create your project and when you try to package it. Another very useful capability of Flat, which was very useful for my specific use case, is that it's easy to create SPA, single-page applications in Flat, because what I like to do with my applications, because they are for training purposes, I like to put everything on one page, and then I just kind of click through all the different things that I want to show the potential user. And with Flat, it's really easy to implement this kind of these kind of apps. And then I also listed Flutter as a benefit because I also used to develop with Flutter, and I think the community is great in Flutter. Obviously, there's ongoing development backed by Google. So I think building on top of Flutter currently is probably a good idea. Oh, and yes, there's one extra feature that I really like about Flat, which is this kind of hot reload feature that they have. So you can, while you are writing your application, you can have your mobile phone in your hand, which is connected to the same Wi-Fi as your computer. And then whenever you make a change in your code, that will propagate to your mobile device pretty much instantly. So it's a really good feature, useful. All right, so we're going to do some demo. But first, I asked AI to generate an image of demo God. I will need this guy's help to make sure that my laptop doesn't crash or the Wi-Fi doesn't disconnect randomly. So hopefully the God will be supportive. All right, so with Flat, can you see that? You need to see this one, but also the terminal as well. Yes? Cool, great. So for flat, you pretty much need Python. That's the only requirement, and then flat will install the other dependencies with it. I also have a virtual environment. To install flat, you just do pip install flat. I already did that because I don't trust the demo got. So it's already installed, and we are going to create a new flat project using the flat create command. Okay, so we create a new. This will create a new directory for flat, and this will be the structure of the directory. Fairly simple. We have a configuration file with all the different packaging details that you might have with other projects as well. We have the source folder with things like assets, so if you have images or other static files, that would go here. And then you have your main flat application. And if you use the flat create command, this will actually create a very simple example application with flat. And this application will just have a text view on the screen and then basically a button to increase the number. Now, one thing that I want to show here is, or highlight here, is that I showed you previously a Flutter code example where you have a bunch of widgets, everything is a widget. In Flat, we don't call them widgets, we don't have widgets, we have what they call controls. So basically, we have a text control, which would be just an item of the layout to display text. And then you have a bunch of other these layout items in Flat. And then we also have, for example, this floating action button control, which would put a button on the right bottom of the of your application. So once you have an application like this, you can run it using the flat run command. And if you don't specify anything else, this will use your operation system to run the application. So in my case, it's just running in a Linux or Ubuntu window. And then you can just test the application. If you want to run it in the web version, you can run it like this. You just define web as an option, and then it will start a flat server in the background, and now you have basically the same app on the web. All right, so let's do something more complicated. So now I'm going to create a new file. I'm just going to copy-paste this code. By the way, this code simple and a lot of other more resources will be available for you on a link I share at the end of the talk. So I'm going to create a new file. We can call it example. And then in this one, we see a couple of things. So first of all, what Flat can do is it can change the styling of your application based on the device. So for example, if you're familiar with iOS development or iOS design, they have this design language called Cupertino, which is basically the iOS equivalent of material design in Google. And so Flat can make this dynamic. So if you define this attribute, if you set the adaptive value to true, this will show Cupertino icons on Apple iOS devices, and it will show material design icons on Android devices. So it's pretty useful. So let's try to build an APK, because that's one of the main reasons I wanted to use Flat, because it allows you to create an APK. Wow, 5 minutes. And you can run your Android, you can upload your APK to Google Play, for example, which was very, very useful for my use case. So to build an APK, it's fairly simple. You just use this command, flat build APK. I'm not going to run this because it takes like 5 minutes to build the whole thing. So I did it beforehand. And I also use a tool called VayDroid, which is a way for Ubuntu to run Android programs in a Linux container. And so basically, this is what it looks like. And as you can see, if I go back to the code, I use Cupertino styling for this application, but this is a Google Material Design because I'm currently running just a regular Android device or operation system. And so this is the flat application, and it works. Obviously, it doesn't do anything at the moment because this is just an example, but I just wanted to show you because if you have JDK properly installed on your machine, then it will work just like this. You run flat build APK, and then you'll be able to use your Android application. All right, let me go back to my slides. The demo guide was very supportive, thank you. So just a quick summary. Why use Flat? So I use it because I don't have to deal with front-end code. I don't have to deal with JavaScript. It also allows me to ship products fairly quickly. Well, products, it's for training material, but I have very strict deadlines. We have a training event in 2 weeks. I need to create something interesting in 2 weeks, and Flat allows me to do that. It's very simple, yet it's flexible. So I would say Flat is much more flexible than, for example, Streamlit when it comes to the layout options, but it's still much simpler than Flutter, for example. And then what are some reasons why you would not use Flat? So as far as I know, there's no direct access to the Flutter widgets. So if you want to do something very special, very custom, I don't think there's an easy way to do that. Also, when it comes to platform-specific things like push notifications or I don't know, interacting with the Bluetooth functions of the phone, it used to be hard to do. There have been new improvements recently, which I haven't tried. I haven't had the time to try these new tools, but now they have these 2 new Python libraries available within Flat. So now you should be able to connect to the Java classes through Flat. So it should be easier now to create things like push notifications and other platform-specific functions. And yeah, if you need a more complex UI, you need something very fancy, or you need like a complex animation or something like that, Flat is probably not the best tool for that job. That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So, a few questions. What did you find that you cannot do with Streamlit, but you can do it with Flat, if you found something?
Well, the obvious answer is cross-platform development. So with Streamlit, I can have a website, but I cannot have an Android application, for example. And I think that was like the most important thing.
Okay, and it is possible to run in debugging mode in an emulator on your phone with Flat. So you can debug the app on the laptop while you're using it on the...
You can run, there is a Flat application in Google Play. I think it's also available on iOS. and that helps you debug your flat application while testing it on your phone.
Okay.
If that was the question, I didn't fully
I
get
think
it.
that this is the question. I don't know. If the person that made the question wants to know more details, can raise the hand. Otherwise, we are done. Okay. Let's thank again the speaker. And just a reminder that there will be the Python quiz at 5:30 p.m. Okay? Thank you again.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Let's have our new speaker, Rodrigo. And this is the last speaking session in this room. After that, there will be a coffee break. And from the 5:13 p.m., the keynote room, so this room and the other, will be used for the Python test, so a community event where you can join. Okay? So let's have the speaker, please.
What about now? Awesome. Let's see if I can move this out of my nose. What about this? Is it still audible? No, but I cannot breathe too heavily, otherwise it's going to go crazy. All right, so the question was, who's surprised by this? No one, right? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Well, I read the documentation of how path worked, and so they told me you instantiate path and you end up with a path that's suitable for your operating system, so I was not surprised by it. But one day I looked at it and I thought, but how the hell do they do it? And that's why I'm here today, kind of. That's what motivated the talk that I'm giving today, and that's why you're sitting there. So today we'll be dipping our toes in metaprogramming, and I just want to say that my name is Rodrigo. We will be doing, well, not we, I will be doing some live coding. If you have any questions while we're working through the content, the room is small enough that you can shout your question. I will repeat it for the sake of the recording, and then we go through it, because it's better if we do it at that time than in the end when we've already forgotten everything we've taken a look at, including myself. All right? So that's the thing I wanted to tell you, and there's also a content warning. That is, the name of the talk is Dipping My Toes in Metaprogramming. It's not soaking myself or drowning in metaprogramming. So if you want a hardcore metaprogramming talk, you're in the wrong room. You can leave. I will not be mad at you. What we will be doing is not confuse ourselves with Is it? Yeah? Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry, you gotta have nice pictures for the internet, you know. So what was I saying? Right, it's not going to be a hardcore talk. Actually, I had nice diagrams that would have looked better, but sure. It's not going to be hardcore. It's going to be hopefully not too simple. And what we will be essentially doing is looking at a tool that is very helpful if you ever do metaprogramming. That's the point. All right, so that's why we're dipping our toes. So the plan for the talk is, let's talk a little bit about parity of integers, because this is my talk and I can do whatever I want, kind of. Then we will go back to the paths example from the beginning of the talk. Then we will take what we learned from the first two sections and we will talk a little bit about immutability. And if it's making no sense, perfect, because now you have to sit through all of the talk. And then by the end, we're going to have maybe some Q&A time for questions or awkward silence, depending on how everything goes. Thank you. I scripted this joke, and I wasn't sure if it was going to work or not. Great. So what we want to do is emulate this path pattern, wherein you try to instantiate a path, and you end up with something else. Can you still hear me? Right. Because I'm breathing heavily. Sorry about that. So we want to emulate this pattern, but we want to do it with a slightly simpler example. If the clicker works, what we want to do is implement a class number that you instantiate with any integer, and then depending on the parity of the integer, you either get an even number or an odd number. So there's this idea of you get one of two different things, and it's supposed to be dynamic. So if you instantiate the superclass, you get the appropriate subclass. That's the idea of what we want to do. Is the idea clear for everyone? Excellent. And when I first tried to do this, I thought, okay, so def init, and now what do I need to write? What code do I need to put there to make this happen? And after lots of crying, I figured out that this is not how you go about solving this problem. Because if you look at the first parameter, self, what is self? You know, and I don't mean this in a philosophical way. I mean really, in Python, what's in there? Self is already, by the time I get to init, self is already an instance of the... I do welcome audience participation. If you feel like, if I ask a question and you know the answer, just shout the answer. So, what? All right, so it's already an instance. Self will already be of type number. So it's already too late. There's no code I can put in there that's going to do what I want, because it's already too late. Self is already number, and I want it to be either even number or odd number. So how do we do this? If there's one thing I like about Python, and there's plenty of things I like about Python, but if there's one thing I like about Python, is the fact that the language very consistently allows you to plug into the way everything works. If you want to customize something, it's usually not really a matter of can you do it, it's usually a matter of what's the dunder method that allows me to do it. And today, this is going to be the answer. There is a dunder method that will allow us to do this, and that dunder method is called new. And we will learn what new does, and we will look at it in comparison to init, because they might look similar, they are definitely related, and they hold the key to our problem. Fair enough? Great. So now let's move on to the stressful part of our talk. And by our, I mean mine, because I'm the one stressing out. Let me just create a file. All right, so we want to do something. Is this big enough? Let's maybe... Excellent. And we figured out that init will not cut it. So we need to do something with new. And already I have the first question for you, which is, what's the first parameter of new? And, okay, so if you already know this, what are we doing here? It cannot be self, because if it were self, then it would already be too late again. So new is not an instance method, it's a class method. New is responsible for bringing this object that we want to create into existence. Init customizes it, sets it up, does whatever you need to do, but like I said, when you get to init, you already have the thing. It's new that makes something out of nothing. And therefore, it makes no sense to say that the first parameter would be self, it's the class. And then, when you try to instantiate something, remember that by the time we are done, either the code doesn't work or it does. And if it does, I want to be able to do something like this. All of the arguments that go into the class also show up in new. So this is the signature. And now something goes in here. We don't know what. Well, I do. Maybe you also do, but something goes here. Now, what goes in here? Well, before we take a look at that, I want to share a tip with you. Maybe it's obvious. In hindsight, it will be obvious, but there is... The whole point of dunder methods is that you're allowed to customize kind of how things work within the language. And on top of that, they are typically... You know the rules. There's rules that define when those dunder methods are called, and those are specified in the documentation. But other than that, these methods are typically called implicitly, so you do not see the calls. And because of that, it usually makes it harder to track what's going on. So what I do for my own sake is I add prints inside dunder methods I'm exploring for the first time, because it helps me see that they are being used. And so what I'll do now is run my file. And you can see already that the dunder new is being used. We're not using it correctly yet, but it's being used. Does everyone agree? So you can applaud. Thank you. Thank you. It's going to get worse. Excellent. So what now? Well, I think that it's going to be interesting to take a look at what I'm getting out of creating this number, because eventually we want this to be what? Right, and in this concrete case, we want an odd number. But what do we get right now? If I run this, can someone stop spoiling my fun? We get none. It's not necessarily obvious why you would get none. But if new is supposed to bring this new object into existence, then maybe it makes sense to think that it must return said object. The reason init doesn't, it's because it's already an instance method and it's mutating self. But if self didn't exist, I need to push it into the world somehow, right? So the dunder method new needs to give birth to this number. And now comes another insane moment, which is, please sit for this. When I try to instantiate the number, I want to create a new object. To create a new object, Python tells me you can use the dunder method new. Awesome. I'm inside dunder new. I need to return the new object. How do I create this new object to return it? Well, this was it was a rhetorical question, but yes, well, yes. Exactly. So there's this chicken and egg problem, and the way to fix it is by having someone else do the job, which is a great way to be in life. So we're going to call super, and we get super's new to do whatever it needs to do. And we just need to pass in the class. Does this look vaguely reasonable? That's too bad, because what else do you expect me to say? At least it works, all right? So let's start there. It works, right? Do we agree that it works? Okay, thank you. You interact when you're not supposed to, and you don't interact when you're supposed to. We agree it works. Maybe it's... Can you folks read the bottom of the screen? Yeah, I was asking, obviously, the folks at the back, but okay. I appreciate your enthusiasm, I do. Okay, so it does work. So why is it not reasonable? Well, for this class number, super really is just objects, right? So let's simplify, quote unquote, the code here so it's more concrete. So what I'm doing here is saying, well, inside my number new, I need to create a new object, but because of the chicken and egg, the only way to get out of this circular problem is get someone else to start for me. And so what object will do is it will create a new object, because that's what object.new does, but you pass it CLS, which is the class I'm working with. Let me print CLS here. If I run the code now, it's not going to break. What's going to be printed? What's CLS going to be? Exactly. It's going to look ugly, but it is number. So essentially what line 4 is doing is it's taking the class number, it's passing it to object and saying, give me a new object that happens to be of type number. That's what's happening. So I'm intercepting the object creation, but I'm not interfering with it yet. I'm just intercepting it. That's why when you print number on line 6, you get this. It's a number. Now there's a cool thing going on, for some definition of cool. That is, if I create an arbitrary class, I can get object to create a new object of that class that we just saw. I just moved to the REPL to confuse you. It's the exact same thing. So if I can put whatever I want, quote unquote, inside new, then I can do whatever I want. And if I define, that was redundant, but I have freedom because this is code, it looks funky, maybe it's the first time you see this, but this is code, I can do whatever I want in here. I can call, I can create these two classes and I can use an if statement. Let me think for a second. Yeah, let's start with this now. What I can do is I can modify CLS dynamically. I can give it a different value. I can say, I want CLS to be odd number if the value is odd. Otherwise, I want this to be an even number. Right? Why is the if statement needed? I'm thinking, okay, so for now, let's go without the if. I should have seen this coming. It was a good question. Let me answer by avoiding it. It's pro tip. All right, so avoiding that very pertinent question altogether, this works for some definition of work, right? I created a number 3 and I got an odd number. Why? Because on line 4, when I intercepted object creation, I swapped the class for something that I preferred. And this is the key to what pathlib is doing, all right? So this is uncannily similar to what pathlib is doing. There's not a lot of extra hoops to jump through. Do you want to ask any questions about this so far? Because it's only going to get, not much worse, but it will get worse. Or are you all comfortable with this? Brilliant. You're much better than I am because it took me hours to figure this out. Great. So now let me take a step back because in the heat of the moment, I skipped through a very important step. And that is, when I'm creating this new object, I gave away the actual answer, the thing that we want to do, but there's other interesting things we can do here. And just for you to know, you don't usually do it, but it's important that you know how things work, right? That's the whole point of the talk. So your dunder new can actually return whatever you want. You just have to create a new object and then you return it. What the object is up to you. So if you want, you can return a number. Because why wouldn't you? It's your code, you can do whatever you want. So if you run this, what do you think is going to get printed? Yes. Yes, so we get the 42 at the bottom. So you are allowed to return other things here. Now, if you do so, we will see that this will have repercussions, but I needed you to know that this is possible. So I should have started here. You can do whatever you want here. You can return arbitrary values. It doesn't have to be an integer. You can return Italian. That also works. But what you typically do, because it's useful in most situations, is you get the job done by using your superclass. This is the typical way to go about it. All right? Okay. Apologies for having to take a step back, but sometimes you take a step back to take 2 forwards, right? That's how it goes, I think, roughly. Okay, so then what else do we need here? Well, there was a very pertinent question asking, why did I have an if statement here? Because now you can wonder, what would happen if I did something like this? If I instantiate an even number, passing it the value 3, what do I get when I run this code? Can you come again? Odd number. Okay. You are correct. I instantiated an even number and I got an odd number. Now there's something I don't like about this. And it's the fact that if you imagine your hierarchy tree, you have number at the top and odd and even number next to each other, and you instantiated one of the nodes, and you ended up in another leaf at the same level of depth. I find it kind of upsetting. Whereas if you start at the top, if you start with a number and you go to one of those two leaves, it feels more reasonable. What word did you use? Natural, yeah, you just go down. So you kind of want to prevent this if you're a reasonable person, which I hope you are. So what you're doing is you're making sure that you only do this dance if you try to instantiate number directly. And then what you can do is go to even number, and you don't want to raise an error inside init, because by then the object was already created. It feels too late in the process. So what you can do is you implement this under new, and you say something like, if the value is odd, you raise a value error, go home, you're drunk. And then beers. They liked my joke. Let the record show the other room applauded. That's how good I am. All right. And if you try to use this, it doesn't work. Or rather, it works in the sense that it prevents you from doing something silly. Right? So that's more or less why you have the if. Okay, great question. I was able to dodge that one. Excellent. Awesome. So this is how it works with numbers. And for pathlib, sadly, it's just the same thing, but I'll do it all over again. Because I cannot swap machines during the talk, let's pretend that I can control my operating system with a global. And what path does is, they define new, they take the class, and then they take arbitrary arguments and keyword arguments, because there's other places where this is handled. And then they check if they're trying to instantiate the path, and in case they are, they just swap the class. They do exactly the same thing. And they will create a, can I capitalize the W? They will create a Windows path if the operating system is Windows, and otherwise they return a POSIX path. And then they defer to super to create the actual object. And then POSIX path and Windows path also have this kind of error management. I'm going to copy that like a true developer. And then what I'll do is, if the OS is Windows, in here I have a problem because I'm trying to create a POSIX path. So this should not be possible. And if I have a Windows path, copy and paste, and I'm not even using an LLM. I should get an applause just for that. But you don't have to. You don't have to. I'm just saying. There was another talk, sorry, Marcel. There was another talk with Marcel couldn't even do the demo because he didn't have autocomplete. You know? Just saying, just saying. And does this work? Well, hopefully it does. Let's move the operating system down. And let's print a path. And hopefully I get a Windows path. Hopefully. Of course I don't. I forgot something. Sorry? Yeah, I need to, yeah, of course. Thank you very much. I'm glad you were paying attention. Otherwise, this would have derailed. And I get a Windows path, and if I change this to, say, Linux, or whatever the cool kids are using, I get a POSIX path. All right, so this is what path is doing. And other than the error message, which is clearly not the one they use, this is very, very similar. In fact, I took the liberty of copying their code. Oops. I copied this code. This was copied like half an hour ago, and I doubt they changed the implementation ever since. There's more code than just the new, but this is what's there, and it's pretty much what I wrote. That's how good I am. They just take my implementation. Yes? Why don't I use the arguments and the keyword arguments that I got when I'm calling new on objects, or in my case on super? Because object doesn't know anything about whatever else I gave it. That's more or less it's in a different scenario, but it's what you also do in init. If you have subclasses that start accepting more and more arguments, when you call the parent init, you only pass in what they care about. And object doesn't really care about much. So that's why you're not using them here. They get used elsewhere. And we will see soon where these are used. So this is their path, and then this is their POSIX path. It's the same thing. They check for the operating system and raise an error if it's wrong. And Windows path, they probably copy and pasted it. There's one thing that's clearly different, and I think theirs is way cooler. It's that the definition of new is inside the if, which is kind of neat. But that's essentially it. Except I lied. There's another difference, and that is they are inheriting from more things. I created path, and I didn't inherit explicitly from anything else. They have some more things in their hierarchy. And for that to work, it's important that I tell you how new actually interacts with init, which is when the args and the quarks will be more helpful. So let's assume you're trying to create an instance of an arbitrary my class, and you're passing in some arguments and some keyword arguments. The first thing that Python will do is it will call the dunder method new on that class. And that's going to return some object, even if it's just none. It's going to return something. And then you will ask yourself, is this returned object an instance of the original class? Because if it's not, it's just a highlight. If it's not, then there's nothing else to be done. You are done. You created your object, there you go. However, if it is an instance of your original class, then you call init on that object. And the same arguments and keyword arguments get passed in so that you can initialize your class properly. And after you do that, you're done. This is the generic case when the dunder new exists. If it doesn't, let's assume there's some arbitrary hierarchy. Your my class has a superclass called my superclass, and your my superclass inherits from object. What Python will do is it will try to call these three in order, because you don't always define new. Up until this talk, or up until the moment I figured out this existed, I had already created classes without defining dunder new, right? So it's just the standard method resolution order. I'm just making it more explicit because I reckon it's useful. And what happened here from this slide to this slide is that as it goes up or down, depending on how you look at it, as it tries to call dunder news on other superclasses, the CLS that's being passed in is always the original one. So you always know where you came from. And Python will check these in order until eventually it reaches object, which always has dunder new. So that's the worst case scenario. You get a new object from there. Is it making sense? Okay, excellent. Have you taken pictures already? You have access to this later, don't worry. And now let's take a look at something completely different. So if you don't recognize the reference, we cannot be friends. And regardless of whether you understand the reference or not, you can stay for the next 5 minutes. So what we will do now is take this dunder new and apply it to something else. We've already used it for this dynamic pattern where you suddenly get objects of different classes, which I find is very cool. And what you will see now is how you can apply this to fix floats. Because I'm not sure if you've noticed, but floats are annoying. And in case it's not abundantly clear, this should have been true. But somehow we messed it up. So let's fix this. I want to create a class tolerant float that is a subclass of float that does equality comparisons taking into account a tolerance for a small error, a relative tolerance for an error, so that something like this works. That's what I want to do. And for that to be possible, I need to tell you about immutability and how it interacts with dunder new. So let's go back to the terminal. And now this is a small quiz for you. I have a list here with 5 integers. And if I call dunder init on my list, and if I take a look at my list, what do I see? No idea. That's a very valid answer. You get the 3 numbers back. Because lists are mutable, you can call their dunder init to initialize their contents. Fair enough. But if I have a float, so does that mean I have 5 minutes for Q&A? Exactly. So because the Q&A is happening, I get to incarcerate you here for 5 more minutes. Awesome. Now I'm going to call init on my float. What do I get when I take a look at the float? I get 314. Because if I didn't, floats wouldn't be mutable. Because I cannot type. What's the idea of my list? When I call init on it, dot init, when I call init on it, I'm changing the values that are inside, but I'm not changing the objects. It's the same object. Notice that it's the same IV. Therefore, I am mutating the list. Therefore, it could have not, it's impossible, it shouldn't work on floats. Otherwise, floats would be mutable. So when you want to subclass an immutable type, you need to use dunder new. Because this someone has hiccups here. This wouldn't even work because as soon as you type this out, when you try to create an instance of tolerant float, you remember the diagram. There's no tolerant float.new, so you go to float.new, and float.new will receive these 2 things, but float does not know how to handle the relative tolerance, so this just breaks. And don't take my word for it, I can run it in front of you. It breaks, because float doesn't know how to work with this. So you have to write new, you have to get the new floats from the superclass. And what do you pass here? Now you pass the CLS, but floats also care about the value, so you can pass this in, because the float needs it. And then you can initialize your relative tolerance. You can save it for later. Okay? That's how you would do it, and then you just have to implement dunder EQ to fix the equality comparisons. I am slightly short on time, so I'll skip that for the sake of the presentation. Awesome. So then, where are the metaclasses? You know, I told you we were talking about metaprogramming, kind of, but also I said we wouldn't, but we did. So the point is that you can thank me, and you're welcome, because metaclasses are already weird enough. And when you use them, if you use them, you won't. When you do, you're going to need dunder new. And if you have to learn about metaclasses and dunder new at the same time, there's no hope for you. So what I did was I taught you about dunder new, hopefully. And now that you kind of understand how it works, when you decide to hurt yourself with the metaclasses, you kind of already have a grasp on some of the tools that you would need. So that was the key idea of this talk. And what you learned about this dunder new is that it brings objects into existence. It gives birth to these objects, and it returns whatever you want, although typically you want to use super to create your object, typically. It determines whether init runs or not, depending on what you returned. Confront the diagram from earlier. And it also allows some neat dynamic patterns, like the one we've seen with pathlib and with number. And there's also a quick aside, which is implicit in this talk, and that is, I only stumbled upon this and I only learned about this because I just looked at that POSIX path and I thought, but how the heck? You know, and I think it's important to stay curious and to question how things work. Not necessarily, you don't have to be confrontative, you can just wonder, how does this work? Because then you stand to gain a lot. And lots of modules from the Python standard library are implemented in Python, and the code is available for you to take a look at, and you stand to learn a lot from taking a look at that code. I think that's a very neat exercise that not enough people do. And if you want to suffer a bit more, if you just want meta classes, if you want to look at them, then go take a look at the implementation of this module. I'm still digesting it. Maybe in a couple of years I'll do a talk on it. It's a lot. So I appreciate your attention. Thank you for interacting with me. It's much nicer when you do. And the QR code above will take you to a written version of this talk. So you can go through the code examples. You can check if I skipped something, because I usually do. And that's it. I'll be around for other questions you might have. And there's a Python quiz in, I don't know, at 5:30. There's nice prizes, so make sure to be there. Cheers.
Thank you.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a due date to keep things on track.
Hello, I'm Jesse. I'm the creator of LazyGit, and recently I've been alerted to the fact that I do a very bad job of communicating features in this program. I've got a bad habit of making a feature, telling no one about it, and then using it all to myself. So this video is my attempt to just rally up a bunch of cool features that you might find useful. So I'm going to try and get through 15 cool LazyGit features in under 15 minutes. Let's go. All right, first step. The first thing is staging files quickly. So if I open up LazyGit here, actually let's just quickly check what's my
Yeah. Now I'm still dancing with 2 left feet, yeah. But with a little help, I can move on beat. Now I can moonwalk in 2 socks and groove all week. But I can't seem to 2-step, I lose my feet. Now I can shake, I can shimmy, you can ready? I get ready, ready. And I can do this little walk too, it goes like this. It goes toe, 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 cross. Yeah, that's it. Tell me, baby, what you mean by that? Huh? Yeah, I don't even gotta hit the scene like that. When you think
Prova. Yeah. Please have a seat. We're about to start the Python quiz. We have to be sharp because at 0.50 we're gonna have the keynote. So please take a free spot. Sit. We're now starting the quiz. One minute. Do not cheat. Do not start. Can they just? They can already join. Okay. Please take a seat. All right. Is this legal? I don't know.
Oh, I have no idea. I understand the question.
C'è in... Sì, se tu vai in... secondo me nel keynote ci dovrebbe essere il... no, if they go there is no quiz, right? If they go on the...
Yeah, they don't see the questions yet.
Ah, okay. You don't see the question yet. You cannot see the question yet. He has to enable the questions. Yes, it's in Keynote. So please, if you have already scanned the QR code, you're going to be on the Slido link. You're going to see all the rooms. If you go on the Keynote room, you're going to see the questions once Rodrigo enable you to see them. So he's got the power. Until then, you're not going to see anything, okay? Okay, I think it's time to start. And this is time for a Python quiz. There will be 2 rounds of questions. You're free to join both sessions. If you win both sessions, you're a genius, so kudos to that. Of course, we have, for these two rounds, you can win 3 prizes. So the third one will be the micro kit, the microbit kit. Second, we'll get 2026 ticket for PyCon Italia next year. First one, the legal thing, the Flipper Zero. I don't know. I think it is going to be legal in some part of the world. I don't know if you can bring it to your place on your luggage, but deal with it. This is the first prize, okay? So I will give now the microphone to Rodrigo and break a leg.
Thank you. 1, 2. How about... Damn, that was working. It was working very well. All right, everyone, let's get started because we don't have a lot of time. We have an amazing keynote right after this. So the way this is going to go, there's 2 rounds. You can play 1 round, you can play the second round, you can play both. You scan the QR code, you make sure you're in the keynote room, and I will be flipping through the questions. Questions are timed. You have 30 seconds for each. The faster you answer, the more points you get. Unless you answer incorrectly, then you get 0 points. To make it as fair as possible, I will read the question and then I will skip to it. When I skip to the question, you will see the question on your screen, but also the options. All right? So I will read it first, because in case you know the answer, then as soon as you see the options, you get to find them. You don't have to read the question and then figure out what the option is. Question, yeah.
I forgot to tell something. So afterward, we're not going to have time for you know, the winner and the proclamation of the thing. So all the prizes will be at the registration desk. So take a screenshot of your scoreboard saying that you are a winner. So go there and claim your prize, okay?
Yeah, registration desk after the keynote. Top 3 gets a prize. Are we ready? Excellent. So let's start with an easy one. What city are we in? Can you... Yes. What city are we in?
That's an easy one.
I said it was easy. Can I just... We don't have to wait the 30 seconds, right?
No!
Is Valerio playing? All right. This was a very easy one, so the correct answer is obviously Bologna. The leaderboard at this point really doesn't tell you much, but right now we have this person winning. Second question. The Python logo features 2 snakes, stylized, but there's 2 snakes there. But what's the inspiration for the name of the language? I don't think, I'm just gonna hit the keys. It's not a wrestling fighter. I'm going to give you that for free. All right. From the temperature in the room, I feel like everyone's got it already. The correct answer is a comedy troupe. If you don't know the answer to this question, we cannot be friends. I apologize. They're called Monty Python. I watched one of their movies a couple of days ago. The movie is like 50 years old, and it's still funny, which says more about me than about them. So, yeah. Right. And the leaderboard right now, let's see if there's still... Yeah, so it's going to shift a bit for now, and Patrick is taking the lead with an accumulated 7 seconds answering these questions. The third question is not an easy one. What's the date of the oldest commit in the Python repo? And there's 130,000 commits there, so I spent last night, all night, just next. What's the date? These are all important dates, but only one is the correct answer. All right, so the first one was a freebie for you. It's definitely not 300 years before Christ. We see that right, so the 35% saying that it was the 16th of October, that's when Python 2 was released. And January 1st, 2020 was the end of life of Python 2.7. So the correct answer was the 9th of August, 1990. Guido was not using GitHub back then, but when the Python codebase was ported, you preserve the history. That's the whole point of versioning control, right? So that's why that's the oldest date. Bryce, taking the lead. If you're the Bryce I know, congratulations, Bryce. I did not give Bryce the key beforehand. Fourth question. Core developers are folks who devote a lot of their time to the Python language and to the Python community, and they're essentially the Avengers of Python. And for the fourth question, I want you to tell me who is the most recently appointed, or who was the most recently appointed core developer. These are all core developers. One of them was appointed like 2 weeks ago. This is not easy. I didn't say it was going to be easy. So let's see the spread. This is what I expected, a pretty even spread. And there's a slight bias towards the correct answer, which is Diego Russo. So a round of applause for the 4 developers there. For the developers, not for me, yes. Thank you. And now, One more round of applause for everyone else who didn't feature as an option, because there's a lot of core developers and they do amazing work. Okay. There's a couple of core developers here in this conference. If you find one, thank them for their work. Do the same for volunteers and organizers and sponsors, by the way. The correct answer was Diego, like I said, and Bryce is still on the lead. Bryce, you have to keep working hard to stay here. All right, the fifth question. By a very thin margin, which is less than 2,000 GitHub stars, which of the following 4 popular packages has the most GitHub stars? You might notice that pandas is lowercase. I have nothing against pandas. It's just how they do it in the official documentation. Let's take a look at the spread of the answers. And the majority is getting it wrong. Okay. So by a slight margin, Django is in second place with, I have it here, 83.7 thousand stars. I checked 5 minutes ago. Pandas is further down. It has, I forgot to check, maybe 50,000, if that much. In the lead is FastAPI, which is, I think, the most starred web framework across all languages on GitHub. I might be wrong, but I think this is accurate. So they are in the lead. And we see Hugo taking the lead from Bryce. Bryce is still in second. And then Giovanni, Sarah. Wait, Sarah, is that you? All right, so the keynoter is in fourth. Let's see if she can take one of the prizes. Excellent. There's 3 questions left. It's still anyone's game at this point. The next question, if you go to the documentation, there's a page that lists all of the built-in functions, even though not everything there is, strictly speaking, a function. Now the question is, how many functions are in that table? You should know all of them by heart. We can start, there's ANext, there's ASCII, there's AITER, and I don't know, they're in alphabetical order. We see, well, there's not 99 of them, we're still 20 shy from that. So the correct answer is 71, and there's stuff there you will never need. Trust me, trust me. Very well, let's see, Hugo, are you still? Yes, Hugo is still in the lead. Did you? How did you know this? Was it, you just know? Okay, Hugo just knows. And then Giovanni took the second spot and Sarah took the third one because Bryce fell. Bryce is no longer in the leaderboard. Too bad, Bryce. Seventh question, apologies. I'm going to show you a snippet of code. And what I want you to do is determine the output of that code. All right? So the code will be shown on the screen and on your phone. What's the output of this? And I'll give you a hint for free. It's not the obvious answer. Wait, do you still need the code on the screen? What closed? Ah. I messed it up, apologies. You can come after me later. What's the output of this code? How much time do we have left? 8 minutes. Okay, we have to be faster. So this is the spread, and I guess with my tip, lots of people shied away from 158 because the correct answer is indeed 150. Oh no, this is wrong. No, I swear, this is wrong. The correct answer is 160. I must have messed up. That's what you get when you work long hours. Oh, we will have to figure out how to fix this later because the correct answer is 160. It increases by 1. It's a fun story, ask me later. Not the error, the fact that it increases. And so, yeah, we're going to have to see how to fix this. But Giovanni is still in the lead and Hugo is in third. And then the final question for all the marbles. I'm going to show you 4 packages, 4 modules, and I want you to determine which one is not in the standard library. One of these is not in the standard library, the other three are. Fun facts, the module anti-gravity was put there in retrospect as a joke because of an XKCD comic. So you feel free to Google that later. The correct answer is regex. Because regular expressions in the standard library, it's the module RE, not regex. Come on, folks. All right, congratulations, Hugo, you took the spot again. Very well done. The top three take a screenshot because you will get your prizes later. Who is number one? Who is the... Okay, yeah, okay. So Ernesto was asking, but Ernesto is drunk. Folks, let's do a second round. And this one we have to be quick. And hopefully I made no mistakes. I'm obsessed with fairness. I ordered everything by alphabetical order, so there's no bias towards putting the correct answer somewhere, and then I messed up one of the questions. Never hire an amateur again. That's what I'll tell you. Are we ready? Is everyone ready to start? Excellent. So the very first thing I want to ask you is an easy one. What's the name of the key organization that takes care of PyPI, the Python community, the Python language? What's the name of this organization? Can we, please, first question, Rodrigo. Yes. It took a great deal of creativity to come up with some fake names. And why can't I? Okay, let's see. Excellent. And the correct answer is Python Software Foundation. PyPI is the index where the modules are. That's the correct answer. And in first place we have Ivan, sorry. And I just skip to the second question because I want you to tell me how many core developers there are. And it's a pretty neat round number by 1. So that's not the actual number. I rounded by 1 because reasons. We have 46 people voting 200, and that's off by 1. The correct answer would have been 201. That's why I asked approximately, so 46%. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, you can hear me now? Excellent. So I'm going to show you 4 foods inspired in the rooms of this conference. 3 of them are real packages listed on PyPI. I did not create them. And 1 of them is not a package. As of now, you can register it later. Which one is the fake one? Wait, that's the... Yes. Why is everything breaking? Come on. Yes. Which one is fake? Well, I expect a pretty even spread. It should be an even spread because there's no way you know this. And the correct answer, wait, you knew this? Who knows what pizza does? Like it's an actual... Okay, well, we'll talk about it later. There's no way you knew this. Very well. The next question, you will see 4 functions on the screen. One of them used to be a built-in. Why? Okay, one of them used to be a built-in. The other 3 still are built-in. So which one was demoted in Python 3? This is the leaderboard. Suro, Hugo, kudos to you. This is the question. I see some eyebrows raised. And the correct answer is, oh, it's not ANext. In the previous quiz, I said that ANext is a built-in. It's reduce. That's now in the functools module. All right. Oh, okay. So let's see how we're doing. And Luca is in the lead. Hugo, you got this wrong. Shame on you. Sorry. Very well. So, all right. I'm going to show you one more snippet of code. And if you typically wear glasses, make sure you put them on, because I need you to tell me the length of the list that I'm about to show you. What? Did I skip a question? All right, well, the question is on your phone. I just read the wrong one. All right, the correct answer was T. It's not an iterable. It does something funky with iterables. Go read about it later. Now, Batush, me, and Andrea, you're in the lead. Let's see if you can stay there. There's a couple more questions. We're almost done with this. Let's see. Now, this is the weird list. What's the length of this weird list? Come on, everyone. Vote, vote, vote. And it is a valid list, literal. I'm just using quotes where I shouldn't. The correct answer is 2. Believe it or not, it is 2. And then one more. I have some more code for you. I'm going to show you some more code, and I want you to tell me what the output is. This should be easier. I'll give it for free. It's valid code. It's not going to raise an issue, an error, an exception. Okay. All right. Well, I'll tell you what, my friends. The correct answer was 1200. We have no more time left. So what, do we just call it a day? Okay, so then we'll take a screenshot of the leaderboard now, and you can come to me later if you want the final 3 questions. Well, congratulations, me, whoever you are. Take a screenshot of your phone.
Please don't leave the room, because the keynote is going to start now, okay? Please stay in the room. Yeah, what I said.
Thank you. Sassa. start with it? It's working? Prova, prova. È spento. Ma io ho premuto on.
Hello. Bon. Hello. Oh, I can't see anything. Yeah.
Okay. Prova, prova. It's working? Okay. When we're waiting for Sarah to be ready, I remember you that we are going to have the pie dinner tonight at 8:30 in the center of Bologna. You can take the bus from here. It's only 12 minutes by bus, or if you have a car or other things. And I think a lot of people are going to join, so you can follow everyone and take the bus. You can pay on the bus, which is convenient by cards. And for other people that bought the guided tour, it will start at 7:30 in the same square where will be the dinner. So we start from the restaurant, we go around Bologna for 1 hour, and then we finish in front of the restaurant for the dinner. So it's very convenient. I think both of the social events are sold out. So unfortunately, if you haven't paid for the ticket, it's too late. Okay. We are a bit late because the quiz was very funny, but now we are to start.
I'm good.
Sarah is ready. Okay, I will, don't waste other times. We'll have here Sarah with us that will speak about accessibility and other things. I met Sarah for the first time in Porto, DjangoCon, Europe, I think a few years ago. Now we are both in the Django Software Foundation board. She's an amazing part of the community and person, so we are very happy to have her here with us. And let's give a big round of applause to her.
So, hi everyone, or I should say buongiorno. I would like to first thank the PyCon Italia organizer and my company Kraken for supporting me to give this keynote. And I will talk about accessibility and make you think about if it's usable for everyone, and think about the people who need accessibility, and if you ever think about that with your work. So let's talk a bit about me. I'm Sarah Abderrahman. You may have noticed my French accent. I'm from Paris, France. I'm a software engineer at Kraken. I may mention that we are recruiting, so we have a booth with a nice pink plushie. So if you'd like to learn more, please go to the booth. I'm also the vice president of the Django Software Foundation. I'm the co-creator of the Django Node Space program, which is a mentorship program to contribute to Django. And I'm also part of the Django accessibility team. That's also why I'm talking about accessibility. I do have knowledge in accessibility, but I'm definitely not an expert, and I'm still learning. I have a website, which is sarahbedi.com, and I'm almost everywhere on social media. Feel free to connect with me. So today, the agenda is a small introduction. I will talk about the real-world cases where accessibility fails and how to fix it. and why fixing accessibility helps everyone, how to make an impact as a developer or data scientist, and to finish a call to action and closing this talk. So I have a question first for you. What is the first word that came in your mind when we talk about web accessibility? So please raise your hand if it was blind or blindness. So quite few people. So there is definitely blind people when we think about web accessibility, but not only. And you will see that through this talk. So together, let's see a few ways you can see one slide on a bright screen. So this is our slide. So there is three shapes. From left to right, there is a red circle written red in white in the center. In the middle, we have an orange square with the word orange in white in the middle. And at the end, a green triangle with the word green written in white inside it. So this is quite simple. And this is how someone have low vision will see this screen. So you can definitely see the shape, but you are not able to actually read the text, right? And another way to see it's when you have tunnel vision. So it's really like looking through a tunnel. The central part will remain clear, but everything around the edges will be dark, blurry, or completely black out, as this slide. So you may wonder when you have tunnel vision, like, is the red shape is actually a circle, or if the green shape is actually a triangle? And this is not the same way to navigate. You have to move your head to be able to see everything. And here it's only three shape, but if it's a website, you have definitely more elements to see. And this is not the same way to navigate through a website. And there are even more things that impact the way you can navigate through a website. For example, photophobia is when you have migraines with bright screen, or even mobility impairment, when you use a keyboard or your voice to access a website. A lot of things can impact the way you navigate a website. And this is also applicable to accessibility in general in your common life. But today we'll talk more about the web, since you are tech people. So you have to make sure it's usable by everyone, which means that poor design excludes many users. I've mentioned visual facts, but let's see some numbers now. 94.8% of the most popular 1 million websites online has recognized WCAG failures. And this is from the WebM Mainland, which is a report from this year on accessibility of the top 1 million homepage. So what is WCAG? WCAG is a Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. It's an international standard document, and it explains how you can make the web content more accessible to people with disabilities. And all of those errors, over 96% of them fall into just 6 categories. So there is low contrast text, missing alternative text, missing form input label, empty links, empty button, and missing document language. Like, for example, if you set EN for English on the document. So this number is for the whole world, but let's see some numbers in Europe, since you are in Europe. So 260,000 European websites were tested from the Digital Trust Index. They run a survey, and they have seen that 100 million of people have disability in Europe, which means 1 in 4 adults have some form of disabilities. And since we are in Italy, I've checked how many in Italy, and it's 95% of pages we fail accessibility tests in Italy. As you can see, it's a lot of numbers. I have a small video to show you how you can be permanently disabled, but also how you can be temporarily disabled just through a situation or circumstances. This video is from the Rema 1000, which is a Norwegian supermarket chain. And their concept is simplicity is king, which is also their philosophy. And this way you can see how you can be impacted like day to day.
Kid Jazz. King Jazz. Smoothie. Making smoothie. Calendar. No meetings today. Remember, dentist at 9:30. Fire off. Fire off. Open door. Door open. And we're going to do one more. R. Open door. Wrong voice command. Open door. Wrong voice command. Open door. Repeat that. Open door. I didn't understand that. Hey! Open door! Play on the floors.
So as you can see, sometimes it can be really hard. So something that works perfectly doesn't work anymore, and this applies really to everyone. So there are many ways you can see yourself impacted. I really like this image because it shows how many ways you can see yourself impacted. There are visual, hearing, cognitive, and motor disabilities. And a lot of things are usually just temporary or situational that you can relate. For example, if you are a new parent, you will carry your baby in one arm and you will have only another arm to be able to do all of the other stuff you have to do. Or if you are going to the party and there is a lot of sounds and it's really hard for you to hear your friend talking. Or if you know someone with a heavy accent and you will have troubles to really understand, and you might ask this person to repeat a lot of time to make sure you really understand what the person said. So this is some example, and you might have been already able to experience them. But you have to know that people without accessibility needs also can use accessible tools. Like keyboard can be used only just for efficiency. Some people prefer to only use that and not use the mouse. You can use high contrast on websites, and there are many more things that you can use without being disabled specifically. So small and inclusive change really benefit to all. So all I want to say at the end is accessibility is really for everyone. You can be impacted at some point, even if it's temporary, or you can be impacted permanently, and it can also happen to one of your friends or someone which is close to you. Another thing to know is there are some companies who have things in common, even Beyoncé, Netflix, Domino's, and Amazon. The things they have in common is they have been all been suited for not having an accessible site, and has to go back and redo their website to make it accessible. There have been legal cases about accessibility for years now, and it includes many companies, included like really big companies. Accessibility is not something new, but it's taken more seriously with laws and legislation. There is 2 directives in European Union that exist. The first one is directed to public sector, which is the Web Accessibility Directive. So it's based on the standard which is called the EN 301549, which is a norm to show how compliant you have to be in Europe. And the second one, which might be more interesting for you, is the European Accessibility Act, which is one directed to private sector, and it was adopted in April 2019. So you have to know that the European Accessibility Act is a piece of legislation that aims to improve accessibility for people with disabilities by setting requirements for products and services across the European Union. So it's based on the same standard as the Web Accessibility Directives, and it includes the POUR principle, which is perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. I will talk about that later. The European Accessibility Act will take effect on June 28 this year. What does it mean? It means that private sector businesses offering a consumer-facing product or services have to be compliant with this directive. So if you sell a product or services in EU, then the EAA will impact you. But if also you sell a product or services in EU, but you are a non-based company, you will be also impacted by the EAA. So it covers a wide range of products. Can be smartphone, e-readers, ticket machine, e-commerce, banking services, everything that have a consumer facing. And members that are part of the European Union have their own enforcement and penalties. Businesses that ignore accessibility aren't just breaking the law, they are turning away potential customers. And this is from Carl Groves. This is an accessibility expert. And this quote is really the spirit of EAA. This is an opportunity for future-proof customer experience and reach over 100 million of people with disability in Europe. So more customers for your company, right? By starting early and setting expectation, designing with accessibility from day one, it will avoid costly retrofit and last-minute scrambles. So let's see now real-world cases. So you know teeny low contrast text in code and UI are usually an issue. And I will speak about something which I experienced myself. So many of you might know this website. This is a Django website. And during my internship, I learned Django, and as a good worker, I was going to this website, but I was doing my research really late by night. And when you look at this website by night, it can hurt your eyes, and it was really my case. So there was no Toggle team at that time, and I decided that I will see if I find a way to change this, because I was looking through this website a lot of time, and it was really hard. So there was an issue. And it was this one. It was created in January 22 of 2021. So I will read the text. Django website is simple and good, but what about the health of the developers? As of now, there is no provision of dark theme. Having a dark theme will improve user experience. I would like to work on this issue. And there is 6 likes. So this issue, when I see it, it was the end of 2021. And there was nothing which has been done. And a lot of comments to say, oh, I would like to work on this issue. Can someone work on this? Please do something. It's like my retinas will thank you. When I see these comments, I decided to do something. So my plan was to take the white theme and sort of reverse the color and increase the contrast. So what I did at the end is I added the dark theme, I improved the contrast, but I also had the ability to switch from dark to light theme, because some people actually like the light theme. To use the OS system by default, so if you have your computer in dark mode, it will show the website in dark mode. And then you can also keep the user preference, so if you close the page and you go back, it will keep what you have, the tab you have picked at the last time. So I did, and it was merged. And the issue was open more than 1 year, which is a lot. So I'm saying all of this story to let you know that high contrast on text and UI is really important. Adjustable text size and avoiding light-on-light color scheme. And multiple themes have the benefit of people to be able to choose what they prefer and switch when it's needed. So just a question for me. Who is using the dark mode on the Django website? that's cool. So one number that will relate to what I'm saying is 79.1% of the homepage has low contrast text in this year. And this is from the self-survey Web and Million. So it's a lot of websites who has low contrast, and this should be improved. So the summary, because just in case you are starting to be sleeping, you have the summary of every cases, right? So for code and user interface, you have to make sure that there is enough contrast, to add different themes and the ability to switch between them, keep the user preference, so people don't have to click again and redo everything, and have adjustable text size, because sometimes it's better when you can zoom in and zoom out, just in case. So another case, data visualization. I know some of you create some graph and fancy things to show to people how numbers relate. And you have to know that visualization is really great to show something, but it shouldn't be the only way to show. Some people might not even able to see the graph. And the color you have set might not be the one you expect that people will see. So let's take this example. So this chart is visible. You can see 3 sections. From left to right, there is the first section in brown, which represents around 10%, which is the other choice. The red section, which represents around a quarter, which is tortellini. And the rest, which is in light red, which represents the tagliatelle. Yeah, I try my best. So as you can see, this is fake data. I try to have something to show. And this is how someone who is red blind will see the graph I've created. So right now, you are not fully sure which one is other and which one is tortellini. You are only sure about tagliatelle since it should be the light green. But yeah, it's just shade of green, and you have to figure out on your own. And the label is not directly linked to the graph, so you are not fully sure which one should be. So in that case, it's better if you include the label directly to the graph or inside the graph if you can. And use modif to make sure that you're not only relying on color. You can put some dots or lines to be able to distinguish even if the color is not helpful. So this is for a graph, but this also applies for forms. If you are creating forms on websites, don't actually rely only on colors. If you put a field that have an error and which is red, some people will not notice the red, right? In that case, it will be just green, and they will think it will be okay and no idea what is going on. So you have to take into account the error message for people to figure out that there is an issue and they have to fix it. And the label is also really important. If you have a field which is not directly labeled, for a screen reader, for example, they will just say text and no idea what you have to fill inside. Another thing to consider is to have diverse data sets. Data sets should include various data, but you should also include these abilities to be able to improve inclusivity. This way, your data will be more diverse and you will have a better representation. And sometimes you cannot label properly the image, and in this case, you have to add an alternative text to that. The text you might have just aside the image might not really relate to the image, so you have to consider to add an alternative text in each cases. For example, in this slide, you can see an image. You have no idea of what is it if I'm not telling you what is it about. And the text of the slide is not either helpful. So this image is a representation of Manhattan with some data to show the data set. I put the link because I'm not fully familiar with this. Summary of the case 2. Data visualization should not only rely on color alone. You should use texture and pattern. Use direct labeling. It can be on the graph or connected to the graph. Add alternative text for images, and make sure of the diversity of the dataset. Another case to know is when you have unstructured code and inaccessible docs or website. So assistive tool, I hate this word. It's rely on the HTML structure of a page. They translate it to an accessible tree, and this tree is used to render the content to the user. So for example, a screen reader will use the accessible tree to be able to render the content. So if you have a page with some titles, like let's say a heading 1 and a heading 2, it will be rendered to the screen reader, and this way they are able to navigate through the website without actually seeing the website. And there is 71.6% of people who navigate through headings on the website. But there is also other way to navigate through a website. I will show that later. So the structure of the page are really important in that case. You should have only one heading, level 1, in each page. If you have more than that, some people have no idea which one is the title, which one is not supposed to be the title. And you can have as many as necessary for other headings. It can be H2, H3, H4, and so on, but it has to be in the correct order. If you put an H2 and then an H3, it doesn't make any sense, and some people will think that you may have missed some headings and you just didn't properly do it, or just that it's supposed to be like that, but you don't really know. And as it was mentioned in other talks, like the documentation is the first thing you go if you want to learn more about something. So you have to care about that to make sure this is accessible. And one way you can verify that is some tools that check if your HTML is valid, but also to check the structure of it. So this is one example. I use Heading browser extension here. So I run it on a Tox package, which is on PyPI. As you can see, there is a few issues, and I raised an issue for that. I'm happy. So this is one way you can verify if your headings are in the correct order and fix it just in case you have to fix it. Another way to navigate on the website is through landmarks region. So landmarks region is sections that actually are created from the HTML tags. So for example, if you use a main tag, it will create a main region, or if you use a header tag, it will create a banner region. And this way you can more easily navigate on the website, and you will avoid to do all the links to be able, for example, to access to the main content. Like if I would like to access to the main content just by hitting the tab key, I will have to go to Django, then all the link of the navigation, the toggle button, and then I will access to the main content. So it's a lot of click just to be able to read the main content. So this way, in Screen Reader, you can access through each region, and you can skip some of them to access directly to the thing you want. And for people who are lazy, it's a good way also to navigate more quickly on the website. So structure of the page matters, but content too. So this is an example of a way to be able to do fake bold and fake italic. Behind that, it's Unicode character, which shows the style, but is actually not real letters. And I will show you how it's rendered with screen readers. So this is two videos. There is the first one from JAWS, which is one of the most screen reader used, and the other one is from NVDA.
Please bold small d, bold small o, bold small n, bold small o, bold small t, the shrimp scampi in the fridge. Should it space the italic small b, italic small u, italic small t, italic small w, italic small I, italic small l, italic small l, italic small k, italic small I, italic small l, italic small l, italic small y, italic small o, italic small u.
I hope you understand everything, right? So yeah, the initial sentence, and please do not eat the shrimp scampi in the fridge. It's tasty, but it will kill you. So the other version.
Please keep the shrimp coffee in the fridge. It is tasty.
So it skips just all the fake stuff. So technically, you might be dying with this. So as you can see, it can be really hard, and please don't use that. Summary of the case 3. Structure of the page should use proper HTML tags. Make sure of the order of the headings, and it has to be relevant. You should add labels and link them properly when this is needed. And you should add landmarks. So now, why fixing accessibility helps everyone? So there is always few things that you think it's really useful for accessibility and people with disabilities, but there are some things you actually use it just because it's easy for you or it makes your life easier. And some of the things are actually created initially for people with disability. Did you know that the remote control for TV was originally invented for people in wheelchair to be able to turn off their TV if they cannot access to the button? And I'm pretty sure like you all use this remote control without knowing that. And in tech, you have the famous copy-paste button. I'm pretty sure you know this one. It seems trivial, but it's useful for a lot of people. Like if you are like me and you are too lazy to copy all the code, or if you know someone who interacts by voice on a website, you have to actually say all the command and select some code. It's really hard by voice command. But if you have to click on one button and it will do everything for you, it's definitely more easier. So think about that. Another example is subtitles. Subtitles are a lot used by everyone. It's used for people with disability who are not able to see the video. So the caption will be rendered to assistive tools. And for people who actually can't see the video but like are learning a new language, you want to see actually if the text is what you have really understand. So this is a good way to make sure you really understand the video. Or another one is when you are in public transport and you would like actually to really see this video, but you cannot turn the sound on, so you will just use the caption and be able to see this video. So it's definitely used by everyone, and it's useful for everyone. So now, how to make an impact as a developer or data scientist. The first thing to do is you have to test. And to be able to test, you have to consider 4 principles in accessibility. The first one is perceivable. It's when the information and the user interface component must be presentable to a user and they can perceive it. The second one is operable. User interface component and navigation must be operable. If there is an action, you should be able to do it, whatever the way you are doing it. If it's through screen reader, or if it's your mouse, or if it's through keyboard. It must be understandable, so the information and operation of the user interface must be understandable. And lastly, robust. The content must be robust through enough that it can be interpreted reliably by a wide variety of user agents, including the assistive technologies. So one way to do that is there is a link which is the Easy Checks from Web Accessibility Initiative. So if you are getting started in accessibility, this is a good way to have guidelines which is less overwhelming than the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. And it provides a lot of sources and things related also to visual and audio content. And it's a good way to start to fix things I've mentioned in my previous slides. And you have also the full guidelines, which is the WCAG, it's a few success criteria that are divided by the poor section, so the perceivable, repairable, understandable, and robust. And you can, if there is something you are not fully sure it should be the way it should be done, you have those guidelines to help you. So I mentioned how to test manually, but you can also test automatically. There are a lot of tools that exist. It can be through extension or things you install in your device. And one example I use here on the Ferrari website is the Wave Browser Inspection. This one will allow you to check the structure of the headings, potential issues that the tool may find. You can also see for contrast error and the structure to make sure it's going in the right order. Another tool I would like to mention is the Access DevTool browser extension. And the company behind Axe also have a package which you can use in your pipeline to keep accessibility checked in your work and avoid some regression. So this here, like I use it on the Gucci website to see how it looks like, and the potential issue you can have here will be the one which will be used by the package and you will get directly on your pipeline. I mentioned contrast before, and one way to be able to check contrast, there is a lot of tools for contrast checker, but I really like this one, which is whocanuse.com. You can provide two colors, and you can actually see how it will be rendered through the diverse type of visual issue. And the contrast ratio you have for the two colors you provided. You have to know that the really low minimum should be 3.8, and there is a WCAG grading for that. The lower one is single A, and the higher one is triple A. So if you can aim for triple A, this is nice, but best is double A, which is the most standard. And last but not least, what you have to think about is the user's needs first. Because you can test accessibility with a lot of tools, and you can be compliant, but it doesn't mean it's really accessible. And let me tell you a story. So there was a company who created a form, and in this form, there is a phone field required. So the form is WCAG compliant, everything is fine, it's working. And it was tested by a deaf person. So the deaf person started to fill the form, and when they see the phone number, they didn't want to fill it because they cannot enter. So since the field was required, enter like a fake number and continue. And when it was about to submit, she realized that there is no way the person has no way to provide the fact that she is deaf and they don't want to be contacted by phone. So the company has to redo the website, the form to be able to change this, make sure the phone number is not required anymore, find a way for the people to provide how they want to be contacted. And as you can see, the form was initially accessible, but it's not really at the end. And I put a picture here of someone I met recently, which is Emmanuelle above. And she mentioned on the slide on TEDx in Paris that nothing about us without us. And you cannot see in the picture, but she is actually deaf, and she is giving a talk. And her talk is mentioning the fact that you have to have people who have actually disability to be able to test it and provide the best way to have a content accessible. So are you ready to make the change now? So if more people are aware and make those changes, the web will be definitely improved. So you have to include people with disabilities. Make sure it's really taken account at the first beginning. The designers have to take that into account also. Otherwise, you have to redo everything, and it's a more higher cost than doing the website and at the first time. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. I learned a lot of things. I think I already saw some presentation of you about accessibility, but every time I learn something. And I think also other people did the same things. I hope you added some question on Slido. I'm checking right now, and you have time to put other on it. Okay, the first one is this presentation accessible? Will it pass the test?
Haha, that's a good question. This is not fully accessible, unfortunately. If I had to do it accessibly, I had to do it with HTML and CSS, and that's all. And there is not always a tool to do that. But one thing that could have improved this presentation is to enable the caption, but sometimes it gives some weird results. And I try my best to make it accessible. There is alternative text on each images, and it's only text in it, so I did my best.
Thank you. And the other question is, what's the most difficulty part of the accessibility?
I think it's the fact that some people doesn't understand that accessible is not something optional. It should be something which should be allowed by definition to everyone.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this one is, can accessibility tool also in terms of helping AI agents?
Can you repeat the question?
You can read it correctly.
Can accessibility solve also in terms of helping AI agent? I'm not sure I understand the question.
Maybe the person that put this want to explain more. Okay. Can you come here? Can you come here? So people can. Thank you. And you can put other question to that.
Yes, in terms of also helping web scrapers and AI agents in order to navigate and operate on the website. So it's something strange with respect to humans, but also helping the automatic navigation of AI agents.
Do you mean helping tool who use AI to do something, or?
So you are implying that if something is...
Or do you mean like the use of the AI in terms of like having a better accessibility on the website?
Like autonomous actions on the website by AI agents, which is the new frontier of AI and like a new protocol in using the website, but it's like a automatic book of reservation for airplanes and so on. But it's a bit strange question, so it's no problem.
I think I understand. If I understand correctly, it's something like if your website is accessible, it's better for okay. It can help also, I don't know, robots or bots from Google to track them.
Oh.
Okay, but
I don't have the answer, but we can look that together if you want.
Okay, next question is, do you have any suggestion on how to prioritize the different accessible approaches?
I think it depends on what we are talking about for approaches, but one thing you have to think about is what is the purpose of the tool, the website initially, and how it can be useful for a user, like how the user should interact it because sometimes the one tool is built the way that the client would like it, and how the user uses it is not how it was originally thinked, and it's creating some issue, and you have to do some weird things, let's say, to be able to fit both concerns. So if it's a thing from the user perspective, you will have less issue that way, and the design might be actually more easy.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next one is, it's a long one, but I try to summarize. Do you think we suffer from a lack of disabled developers who can be involved in projects and provide first-hand feedback?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you think we have lack of disabled developers? We don't have enough disabled developers that can help us and give feedbacks for helping testing accessibility.
Oh, I think there is actually developers, but most of the time there is no way to be able to provide like feedbacks, or they are not willing to help if they feel like the company or the person behind the website is trying to improve accessibility. For example, the photo I've showed on my last slide, this is actually a developer.
Okay.
And she's French.
Okay. The other one is, one of the examples was about people who can only use one arm. How can we improve accessibility for them?
Usually people who have only one arm will use the voice command to be able to do things, or split keyboard, or there is like keyboard specifically for people who use only one hand. So if the use of the keyboard is improved, or make sure that the website is accessible through voice command, this way it will help people with one arm, for example.
Okay, thank you. The next one is, how do I include people with disabilities in trying to improve my website? I need suggestion.
One thing you can do is, if we talk about a website, is having an accessibility statement. This way you can say that you actually care about accessibility and you're trying to meet a certain requirement, for example, WCAG AA, and provide a way to give feedback, like a form or an email, so people can actually reach out to you to say, okay, I'm blind, I've tried your website, but I cannot do this. Can you please help?
So I have one question for you, is what would you suggest to people that are here or listening remotely as the first move to improve the accessibility of the community we are in, the Python community or the SUP community, Django, First API or other? What do you suggest to do?
Is to start small. For example, alternative text is really something that a lot of you might know. You just have to put the text in the alt attribute, and that's it. And many people don't do that, unfortunately. So there are like things which are quite easy to fix, like the structure of an HTML page. Many of you knows already HTML, but you might not know that a tag might influence the way you use screen reader or accessible tools for that. So there are things which you can really start small, like make sure if you use some tools to test the colors, that it's actually visible for people who are colorblind. There are a few things you can do, and the website I mentioned before, the Easy Check, is really simple to start with, and it's small things like, for example, add the the attribute lang in the page to make sure the screen reader will read the page in English, because if the screen reader is in French and it reads in French, I can tell you this is really weird. So small things like that might help. But the easy check from the web accessibility initiative is a real good one to start with.
Okay, thank you very much. There are also other questions, but we have not enough time. I'll share with Sarah, and maybe you can also try to reach Sarah.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer any question, and if there are questions remotely, I will answer on Discord.
Yeah, and before, I remember to you that at 7:30 we will go to have the working in Bologna, and then at 8:30 we will have the pie dinner. If you have the tickets, I think Sarah will join us for the dinner. And before we leave, we have 15 seconds to take a selfie together.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And you can participate. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Go. Thank you, everyone. See you. Very good job.
Thank you.